And we are live. Hello and welcome to the third, dare I say, annual Worldbuilding Con. Oh my God, guys, I am so excited. The forge is lit up. The bois is real. We are so hyped to be able to bring you an entire weekend. Oh, what is it, like, Kat? Like 30 guests, 8 hours of world building education over 2 days. We thought if we gave you any more, you might all fall off your perch. We cannot be more excited to bring this to you for free, virtually, to the magic of your own living rooms. I should probably introduce myself because there are lots of people here who don't know who we are. In case we haven't met, I am Janet Forbes. I am a published fantasy author. I am an RPG game writer, best known for the Dark Crystal RPG, and a world building expert. You can go find my videos over on YouTube. But more importantly, I am also with my lovely husband, the co-founder of World Anvil.
Hello there. My name is Dimitris. For those who do not know me, I am, as Janet said, the Chief Chris Monkey of World Anvil, but also, sadly or excitedly, a forever GM. A very excited world builder, a published author and writer, and the first coder of World Anvil.
The very first, the original coder, back when it was just me and Dimitris. We started it ourselves because we needed it. Now, we're not going to talk about World Anvil for most of this weekend, but I did want to kick off because World Anvil is the origin of Worldbuilding Con. Why do we do this? Why do we spend these pains? And goodness, there are so many emails flying backwards and forwards and preparations to be done. I can see Kat backstage fainting in her chair, remembering all of the organization that has to happen in order to bring this to you guys. Well, a few years ago, Dimitris and I were meeting our community up and down the East Coast and then the West Coast. And there were so many people who said, I'd love to come, I'd love to join you, but I can't because I can't travel, or I can't afford to travel, or I can't get the childcare, or whatever it was. So many travel difficulties. We even did some meetups at cons, and people said the same thing. We can't make it to cons. We can't make it to see you guys. We're so sorry. And that got us thinking, because do you know what? Cons and meetups, there's such an extraordinary chance to learn, to be educated, to get inspired by amazing speakers like we have for you, but also the chat. The chat is on fire, can I just? And that kind of energy, that brings us all up, that brings us all fire to do the creative thing that we do, that can feel so isolated. So we decided that we wanted to do this. We wanted to bring you the kind of incredible speakers and learning that you would get at a con for free through the magic of the internet in your own homes. So we started Worldbuilding Con 3 years ago. This is our third time. It's got better every time, I hope. And there will be feedback forms later. You will tell us how we can do even better next time, because that is always our watchword, is what can we do better. Yeah, if you are interested in hearing more about World Anvil, we will be talking tomorrow. This time tomorrow, we'll have a little fireside chat. Me and Dimmy will talk a little bit about what World Anvil is and where it came from, and especially where it's going. So if you're already a user, you'll learn a bunch of new things about what is coming. And if you're not using it yet and you're interested, you can come and ask us a bunch of questions and we will answer them. No strings attached. But yeah, any thoughts about the weekend, Dimmy? Any thoughts about what's coming up?
I am super excited actually about what is coming up. I have seen the list of guests, and honestly, I'll be on my screen watching and learning as well as everybody else, I think. But I think that I will be seeing the rest of you amazing people tomorrow, as Janet said. I do hear some things to reveal, we have some things to discuss, and we have a lot of things to tell you. But I wanted to wish all of you, and you, my beautiful wife, the most incredible con you can actually have. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you learn new things. Keep notes, because although the videos, as far as I know, they will be coming out, sometimes having an abridged version really helps. So yes, I hope so. I mean, I will be. So with that in mind, Janet, thank you so very much for having me here. The rest of you, I love you very much, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye, guys.
Bye-bye. So it's not just me and Dimmy. There are also the amazing Cat and the amazing Secondhand Samurai, also known as Industrial Scribe, who will be taking your questions. So if you have questions about what's happening or what's going on or what's coming next, or you have questions for our guests, throw those into the chat, guys. We want as much interaction as possible. Interaction will drive the stream through the algorithm, which means more people will find it and more people will get to enjoy Worldbuilding Con as it is live. So please do throw things into the chat if you possibly can. It really does help us, and it fosters a spirit of community too. But now I am incredibly honored to bring you the first of my incredible, extraordinary guests for this weekend. I am thrilled to introduce the amazing Mary Robinette Kowal. Please shout out Light Up the Forge in the chat to welcome her to the virtual Worldbuilding Con stage. Mary Robinette, welcome.
Hello, I'm so happy to be here.
It is such an honor to have you here. We have had you in Worldbuilding Cons past. You gave us a wonderful seminar before, and we are honored to have you this year as our keynote speaker, speaking about the importance of world building and its role and all of those things. I should introduce Mary Robinette properly because she's far too sensible to try and introduce herself. Mary Robinette is the author of the Hugo, Nebula, and Locus Award-winning alternate history novel, The Calculating Stars, the first book in the Lady Astronaut series, which continues in 2025, that's this year, folks, with the Martian Contingency. She's also the author of the Glamorous Histories series. They're very wonderful. I do recommend them. Ghost Talkers and The Spare Man, and has received every single award in the possible range of awards. The Astounding Award for Best New Writer, four Hugo Awards, the Nebula and Locus Awards. Her stories have appeared wherever fine stories are published. She also works as a professional puppeteer and performs as a voice actor for audiobooks, and she lives in Denver with her husband Robert and their guppy, and their dog Guppy, not a guppy, a dog Guppy, and their talking cat Elsie. You can find all things Mary Robinette at robinettekowal.com, and I do recommend you sign up for her newsletter. She shares adorable pet pics and her news and the things she's doing, but most importantly, adorable pet pics. Mary Robinette, it is such a pleasure to have you here. I am going to get off the stage because we are all here to listen to you. So, do you want to show your presentation now? Are you set?
I'm gonna start off talking, and then slides will magically happen.
You're going to slide into the slides.
Slide into the slides.
I'm very excited about this, folks. Mary Robinette.
Hello, everybody. I am so happy to be here. World building is one of those things that I think people kind of underestimate the importance, and they overestimate the importance simultaneously. So what I want to talk to you today about is a very specific aspect of world building and how it relates to your real life. So we are going to be talking about the importance of world building, but specifically the politics of fashion. The reason I want to focus on this is because fashion is more than what people wear. It appears in music and architecture and food. Fashion is informed by what is taboo and what is valued. It can also be a key component of revolution. And I have to tell you, that's one of the reasons that I decided to move to this particular aspect of world building today, because I want you to understand how important world building is, not only in your fiction, but in your real world, and how you can make choices every day just by what you decide to put on. So we're going to start off by looking at history. Fashion is about wealth display. In clothing, the goal is to demonstrate that you have money and that you don't need to work. How this manifests from culture to culture and time to time varies, but it always centers around some consistent things. Conspicuous consumption versus privilege, control, and rebellion. We're going to talk about all of those. And for those of you who are like, but I want to know how important this is, that's what we're talking about. This affects literally everything you touch. And if you think, oh, I don't think about fashion, I just wear what I want to wear, just wait for it. We'll get to that. So we're going to move back to 1775. Which is right before the French Revolution. There are a bunch of things that were in common today. Billionaires suppressing the poor, etc. billionaires using the poor specifically to fund their very lavish lifestyle. This is also the era of ginormous dresses. So Marie Antoinette, very famous. One of the things to understand about Marie Antoinette and those giant dresses is that Louis XIV had pushed French fashion as an economic stimulus plan. He encouraged people to wear clothes and then discard them immediately in order to get nobles to spend money. This was an early example of trickle-down economics in action. In court, at this point, you wore these enormous panniered dresses to demonstrate your wealth. It looks expensive, right? There's a ton of fabric on that thing. Silk has to be imported from China, but consider this. This dress, everything she's wearing, is entirely made by hand, made by people. Interesting thing about clothing that you wear, everything that you wear actually is made by people. My father used to work for TC Squared, which was the technology innovation arm of the textile industry in the United States. And one of the things that I learned while I was working on that is everything you wear is actually sewn by someone, by an individual. And they were trying to figure out how to automate that because sewing is still done by people. But in Marie Antoinette's time, sewing was done by hand. So when we talk about everything is handmade, there are no sewing machines. There are just people. Weaving, also done by hand. And weaving was something that the entire family was involved in, but this was a hand-done activity. No automation. Thread. Thread was also entirely handmade. It was spun by individuals. So when I say that this dress was entirely handmade, I mean entirely handmade. This dress is an example of conspicuous consumption of materials and labor, and there is no way you can work in it. Also, fashion magazines in Paris came out every 10 days. This is the equivalent of TikTok trends. So you had to constantly update your wardrobes in the upper echelons. This is also an example of how fashion can serve as a gatekeeper, because in order to be at court, which is where the power was, you had to dress a certain way. Many of the fashions served to keep people out of power. So let's move forward. French populace was not a big fan of this. So they started pushing back at the monarchy, and the monarchy began to scale back and made an effort to connect to people. This is their equivalent of the casual Friday at work. Marie Antoinette wanted to escape the pressures of court, and so she would do that by dressing up as a milkmaid. These two pictures are both of Marie Antoinette. So the one that's on the left of your screen, that's her dressing up as a milkmaid. The one on the right, what she would wear in court. So she would dress up as a milkmaid, and then she would go to play at a dairy farm and milk cows. There were other people who handled all the actual work, like mucking the stalls, tending to them, feeding them. She just sat there and milked them. So she got to dress up and cosplay as this idealized idea of what a dairy maid was. But that dress that she's wearing, this dress, this is made of cotton, which has to be imported from India. It is also all white, and it is covered with flounces and is very gauzy. This would never survive a day at an actual dairy farm. Real dairy maids would be wearing linen and cotton. She wouldn't wear white because it was impossible to clean. She wouldn't have ruffles because of the additional labor and material consumption, and she probably only had one dress. Marie Antoinette had dozens. And again, this is at a time when everything is entirely handmade. And yes, cottagecore influencers, everybody loves them. All the time. Historical, just being historical. The other thing that Marie Antoinette had was privilege. She didn't have to worry about anyone mistaking her for an actual dairy maid. So she could dress up as one. This, among other things, angered people because it was rubbing their noses in the fact that they were poor to have someone cosplay as them. This is the equivalent of wearing a t-shirt to the Oval Office. Not talking about anyone in particular. The revolution comes along, and the revolutionaries also marked themselves by dressing as students. Wool, linen, homespun, very little color. This is the equivalent in the modern day of wearing military fatigues to meet in the Oval Office. One of them is cosplay, another is representing what your actual job is and what you're doing. So these are ways that clothing can be used to talk about issues. As a reaction to this, we had people go in the opposite extreme in fashion. This is, again, very common. Often the next generation will rebel against the previous generation. I had a neighbor who was raised in a hippie commune. He wore a suit and tie every day as rebellion. Also, as rebellion, he became an accountant. He said that's how you rebel, when you have absolute freedom. Josephine. So Napoleon is there. He's got this wonderful wife that he loves very much, Josephine. So there's this pushback, and rebellion takes place as this reimagination of clothing. So I want to just call out that rebellion takes place as kind of sweeping general trends, and this swings as a spectrum from a celebration of artifice, the ability to make things, to a celebration of the natural. And part of what happened in the French Revolution is that people objected to the fact that the country was bankrupting itself in order to keep the queen dressed. It's like being upset that someone is bankrupting the country to go play golf in Florida. Her conspicuous consumption became a real problem. So in order to distance themselves from her, fashion swung over to the natural end of the spectrum, which is what which is what Josephine did, to say, look, I'm nothing like Marie Antoinette. Look how simply I'm dressing. But within that, we still have the same thing going on. We still, within the natural end, we still have conspicuous consumption. The little white dress, which is the ubiquitous thing of the Regency, it looks so simple, right? I mean, look at this. It's so simple. It's just like very, very plain, but they're basically wearing a nightgown. As Regency era people, they're basically the hippies of that era. They got rid of all the giant elements of fashion, including corsets in France, which was like bra burning in the 60s. But this dress that looks so simple, it's made of cotton, which is imported from India. So again, we have our wealth display. And also, to really drive home how expensive this is, you would add embroidery, mostly white on white, because you didn't want to flaunt your wealth while also flaunting your wealth. It ticks the can't work box. Boom, this is white. There's no way you can work in this. In fact, you have to have multiples of these because of the expense of laundering them. And the fabric was so delicate that it often couldn't survive being washed. So this embroidery, so much labor. The material, so expensive to get it there. And then you just can't use it. It also served as a gatekeeper. Once again, fashion works as a gatekeeper. This ridiculous fashion is a thing that happened in England. In order to be presented at court in England, you had to wear a hoop skirt because the queen adhered to the old fashions, and she's like, hoop skirts. She ignored the fact that everybody's wearing the empire waistline and that hoop skirts look like you're a dinner bell. But that meant that in order to be presented at court, you had to wear this skirt with a train of particular length. And this is the only time and place that you would wear this dress because everyone except the queen thought that they were really fugly. So this meant that you had to be wealthy in order to be presented at court. It kept the wrong people out. We see this all the time in modern day, and it's one of the tools that you can use in world building. It's a piece of world building that we do not think about, and it is so important because it affects everything. There's this great quote from Mushia Prada. What you wear is how you present yourself to the world, especially today when human contacts are so quick. Fashion is instant language. And that is something, that is a piece of world building. We make snap judgments about people all the time based on what they are wearing. This is a thing that you can use in your fiction, and again, you can use it in your real world. So let's talk about buttons, because fashion is also about technology. People forget that clothing is a form of technology. It does not just fall off of a tree magically. Someone has to make it using techniques, and it reflects what is new or valuable in the time. So in Alexander Hamilton's day, buttons were laboriously handmade. You had a button mold, and you could make one button at a time. So buttons were a wealth display. Like, what do all of the buttons on his cuffs actually do? I mean, there's like, count those buttons. That's a ton of buttons. Each one of them handmade. I mean, not on Lin-Manuel Miranda. He's on Broadway, but real Alexander Hamilton wearing this stuff, and that's some conspicuous consumption there. Along comes the Industrial Revolution, and suddenly you can mass produce buttons. So people just put them on everything, which also changed the way the garments fit. But notably, buttons stopped being a wealth display because everyone could have them. And as soon as the poor people began aping their betters, the wealthy class did not want anything to do with buttons. So we move into the Edwardian period. And as the Industrial Revolution moves on, that means that things can be mass produced. So what becomes the wealth displayed now is having things handmade. This dress, no visible buttons, a ton of hand beating. So labor is the commodity here. Labor and having something that is bespoke, that is made just for you. So looking at some modern parallels, I want you to think about how this plays out in your own life, even more than I want you to think about how it affects world building. Because as important as world building is in our fiction, it is equally important in our real life. Fashion is a thing we don't think about. We don't think about who makes our garments or what our clothing choices say about us, but the same principle applies. We're talking about conspicuous consumption and privilege, control, rebellion. If you think, you know what, this is great, Mary Robinette, but I just wear whatever I want to wear, that is a form of privilege. Because you are in a place where you don't have to worry about what people think about you. And that is in itself a form of privilege. What about your characters? Do your characters have to think about it? I just finished reading a really fantastic debut novel. It comes out in October, Magic and Memory. And one of the things the character is constantly doing is evaluating characters based on what they are wearing and having to modify her own clothing to fit in. It was such a beautiful example of world building with these tiny specific details. Privilege. Ripped jeans. Okay, so these are a very clear privilege example. This is a privilege display because you can't wear them in a professional work environment for the most part. So ergo, this demonstrates that you don't have to work. In fact, if you actually tried to do real work, like manual labor in something like this, they would fall apart so fast. You also don't have to worry about what people might think about you. You don't have to worry that people might think you're poor because the name brand and the other accessories that go with the jeans demonstrate that you have money. If you're actually poor and you rip your jeans, it's a big deal because that might be your only pair of jeans. So when you wear ripped jeans, when you cosplay being poor, that is a form of privilege. Conspicuous consumption. Heels. Okay, one of the things that we lost, most of us lost during pandemic, is a fascination with putting heels on our feet. I loved my heels. And then post-pandemic, when I was mostly, had been spending several years, I say post-pandemic, but you understand, post-lockdown. When I was wandering around, had been wandering around in my slippers or barefoot, and then I put heels on, I'm like, why did I do this? Well, this conspicuous consumption, these utterly impractical shoes, it's impossible to do manual labor in them. So that means I'm in a certain class because we value certain types of labor over others. But also, you have to have different sets of shoes to go with each outfit. Like, what is even that? This is conspicuous consumption. And then technology. Think about your phone. As technology allows something to become accessible to everyone, people will object or find ways to distance themselves. Things like not being on social media or keeping your phone on do not disturb. These are things that we can do now because the technology has become ubiquitous. It's also a gatekeeper, because if you can't afford to upgrade and an app isn't accessible to you, that means you can no longer participate in something. When the pandemic hit, we were trending into a celebration or a fascination with the artifice, with the Internet of Things, smart devices, all of that stuff. But we swung really hard out of it into a celebration of the natural because of the sheer amount of Zoom calls we sat through. So now one of the things that is a form of privilege in technology and consumption is going places and doing things with actual people. Being outside, being offline, being disconnected. Technology is a form of fashion. And then dress codes. These are a form of group marking, saying, you belong. The flip side is being able to quickly spot the people who do not belong. You've been at a convention in a hotel, maybe, and you can kind of instantly spot your people. When I was starting out, people told authors not to cosplay so that other folks at the convention could tell that they were writers. That's some elitist bullshit, is what that is. As if writers are not fans. As if there's a separation between the two. That's a form of gatekeeping. So while dress codes and markers of identity can be useful, they can also be misused. But they can also be used, much like in the French Revolution, as a form of protest. Victory red. There's something that people are now calling anti-fascism red, which I just love. Hitler hated red lipstick. And so women during World War II began wearing bright red lipstick. It was even part of U.S. Army code. Your beauty on duty. Only for women, of course. But Victory Red was a color that Elizabeth Arden brought out. So there are small things that you can do with fashion to make every day a day of protest. I have, yes, begun wearing bright red lipstick. When I went to buy this lipstick, the person asked me what I wanted, and I said, she actually asked me if I wanted Taylor Swift red, and I said, no, I'd like anti-fascism red. She looked very confused, but then I got to explain, and there was a small bit of protest happening right there. So we are going to do one more thing, which is that I want you to specifically understand about how science fiction and fashion interplay. We're going to take those general ideas we've been talking about, and I want you to see how you can use it. I'm using science fiction as my example. This also applies to fantasy. I love all of you. I write both. But the interplay here is the most clear. Metropolis. So this is one of those films that has continuous influence in ways that we don't think about because it becomes so invisible. So it happens in 1927. 1927 is, for context, when Art Deco movement is well underway. Hemlines have risen so that calves show, and fashion dictates a boyish figure accentuated by gauzy skirts. Filmmaker Fritz Lang embraces this aesthetic for his vision of the future, the year 2000. But what they didn't do at that point, calves or no calves, was show their entire leg. So when he builds his robot Maria, this view of the robot Maria is as powerful to us today. But imagine her in 1927. You can see an entire woman's form. But this view of Maria has influenced our ideas of what robots and automaton look like for over 100 years. She still looks very modern. She's also a product of her time. Do you see the Art Deco lines on her? Those curves, those verticalities, the curves at the shoulders, that headpiece. Look at the headpiece. I'm just going to give you a second. What does that remind you of? Have you seen that particular shape maybe in popular culture anywhere? Maybe. Let's see if anyone gets this. If you were thinking Cyberman, yep. I mean, look at those two. It's just carrying on the teapot headgear tradition. It is one of my favorite things that this Cyberman is just a direct callback to this film from 1927. Or maybe you might think, where have I seen that before? I've also seen something that's like Maria. Is it maybe Beyonce? I mean, do you see the Art Deco lines there? Do you see the influence of Maria? Karl Lagerfeld? He also did that in his fashion. You know those other ones? Yeah, I can hear you. You're saying, Mary Robinette, those were costumes, not fashion. Karl Lagerfeld. This is his Return to Metropolis editorial for German Vogue. Again, look at Maria being there in 2005. Versace, 2012. That's their ready-to-wear collection. Notice the Art Deco lines on her torso? So all of that has locked into our brain as this means modern. It's something that we often don't even question. So let's move on to 1962. So in 1962, for context, we've got these poofy skirts, these petticoats. Sometimes you get the nice A-line, but what you do not get is you do not get Barbarella, except Barbarella comes out in 1960. She's got these boots. That whole thing that's happening up here on the top, the bodice thing, I don't know what that is exactly. Plexiglass. That's a new thing. We can shape this now. We can have this transparent acrylic stuff that's really cool and modern. So using a new material makes her look modern. Spandex, also a new thing. Having stretchy things, having form-fitting things that do not have to be individually tailored. Again, very new, very exciting. So what happens is that people look at this, they look at the mini skirt and the boots, and they get super excited. And they take that into modern fashion. In 1965, Andre Correas, whose name I'm absolutely saying wrong, introduced the go-go boots. He also introduced mini skirts. So that whole mini skirt and boots situation shows up everywhere. Like, hello, we've come back to Doctor Who again. What this means is that Uhura winds up in a mini skirt and boots. Not because of sexism, I mean, a little bit, but because this is what they thought a liberated woman would wear in the future. Fashion is a form of storytelling. Because Barbarella set the mold for what an independent or independent-ish woman from the future looked like, other people borrowed that shorthand for their own storytelling. Now, if you want to indicate that a woman can kick ass in 2025, she has to have boots. And before anyone cites Wonder Woman as predating Barbarella, in the original drawings for her, she wore T-strap sandals, which were the fashionable sporty sandal of her day. There's this other thing that happens where we have all of this amazing things. We think about how real life influences fiction and how, real life influences fiction and how fiction influences real life. The idea of Star Trek and the flip phone from The Communicator. But before that, Scott Cressfeld, who was one of the people who was working on the Mercury program, went into where they were building the Mercury suits. And he said, a coverall of this material would look real good, like a spacesuit should, photogenic. That's why the Mercury astronauts have the Mylar material on the outside of their spacesuit. It is because it's not for any practical reason at all. It is because it helped them sell the idea of spaceflight to the public by making these people look like they're from the future. So when we are doing this, when we're thinking about this, fashion as a form of storytelling, again, it happens in our real life, but it is so powerful in our fiction. When we're trying to write it in science fiction, I want you to understand that fashion does not exist in a vacuum. It is a reflection of our culture. It is a reflection of our values. So when we design science fiction fashion, you should ask, what is valuable? What new technology exists in this world? What is taboo? What social groups, sorry, I said tribes, this is an older slide. What social groups exist? When you're designing fantasy, it's the same thing. When you are designing your own look, what is valuable to you? What new technology exists that you are incorporating as a trend that you don't even realize you're doing? What is taboo? Are you expressing that in your clothes? Do you want to? What social groups are you proclaiming your relationship with? When you think about what's valuable, is that labor? Is that materials? What the technology is, whatever tech you've got, is that being featured in your fashion? What group does your character belong to, and what group do you belong to? I'm just going to finish by pointing out a thing that we brought back into fashion as science fiction and fantasy geeks. Do you know what had fallen out of popular fashion and has returned? Yeah, bow ties are cool. So these are all the things that I want you to be thinking about. When you're writing, world building has so much importance, but it's the individual specific details that you control that can make your characters seem alive, seem part of a group. And it also affects your real world. That's the reason that world building in fiction works so well, because it reflects our world. It reflects our understanding. It reflects how we move through the people. What is your fashion going to say about yourself? You are muted, Janet.
It always happens. What can we say? It's not a World Anvil stream without some audio issues.
Yes.
This is the way. It's the joy of live, folks. Mary Robinette, that was spectacular. And I'm so glad that you spoke about fashion, because as Buzzard Brain says right here, fashion is something I have long neglected in my world building, as many people do. It is an expression of the time and the place that we find ourselves, the resources we find ourselves with, the technology we find ourselves with, and the ideals that we hark on from the past. One of the things that you really touched on there that I loved was the idea of kind of being inspired by the past and carrying those things forward. And of course, one of the things with those long Georgian dresses that you were sharing is the fact that they hark back to the classical era, and this idea of that kind of arcade, they're column-like, and
Yes.
they do hark back to that as well. So these are people who are kind of reliving their reliving the greats, as it were, reliving their own idealized version of ancient Greece and ancient Rome in a way.
That's exactly right. One of the again, fashion is often what is in popular culture, and they had just discovered Pompeii, and people got so excited, and also had this mistaken idea that everything in ancient Greece was white because all the paint had come off, whereas we know now that they were incredibly brightly colored.
Yes, absolutely. If you go to the Acropolis Museum, you can see tiny scraps of what was this kind of very, very vivid world they were living in. That, of course, so much of that has washed away or been lost. Every now and then, on the undercarriage of a horse or the undercarriage of a lion, you can see like paint in the armpits, and everybody gets very excited about it.
Yes.
Absolutely. We have a question here from one of our audience members who asks, how can we convey the meaning of fashion in a fictional world without info dumping? This sounds to me like a show don't tell question.
So basically, it's the same answer that I give for pretty much everything for world building, which is use your point of view character. So the point of view character evaluates someone, and then you disguise it as an emotional response. Someone walks into the room, and all it takes is like two sentences. You know, wearing the high-waisted trousers of 3 seasons ago. And that's pretty much all you have to do. Sometimes it can just be, you know, she noted the boutonniere in the revolutionary colors.
Yeah.
Was this someone she needed to be careful about?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a line that comes to me from one of the Jane Austen novels, I forget which one, where somebody is saying, oh, I like her dress, but I do not think it will wash well. And the reason that that's said is because she's young and she's frivolous. This character, it's Northanger Abbey. The main character is this very young, idealistic, you know, easily carried away by things. And then this just throwaway comment, I do not think your dress will wash well. You know, from a middle class character where that was important. This tells us that she's very frivolous. She's not making practical choices. She's making frivolous choices. She's a frivolous character.
Yes. Well, and it also means that the character who's viewing that and responding to it is coming from a household where she does have to wash her dresses. And the person who purchased the dress and is wearing it doesn't have to make those same choices.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Another thing that you really touched on there is, you know, fabric and sourcing fabric. And I think fabric has such a tactile component to it that there's a lot of space for internal monologue of, you know, commenting on the shine and the texture, the perceived softness of it, this kind of thing, right?
Yeah. I sometimes describe this as the cheese sandwich philosophy. So the mistake that a lot of us make when we're doing world building is that we approach a cheese sandwich like this. Okay, so what you need to understand about a cheese sandwich is that it is made from cheese and bread. Now, cheese comes from cows. So you're talking to an alien. Just imagine this. Cows are are herbivore, and you're like, none of this has anything to do with.
And you're getting further and further away. Yeah.
What an alien needs to know if they're presented with a cheese sandwich is, this is tasty, you eat it like this.
Yeah.
But if the person who's describing it is a chef, they're going to say, this is a cheese sandwich that's made from sourdough with Gruyere and thinly sliced tart green apple, toasted in butter. And you're like, oh, I'm very hungry, because that's important to them. So they're going to dwell on the sensory details. And for most other people, you can just say, it's a cheese sandwich, and you can move on. So it is related to how important it is to the point of view of your character and how much the audience needs to know about it in order to interact with the scene.
Yeah, absolutely.
I see that in the comments. I'm also going to make that sandwich for lunch, I think.
Yeah, I'm now hungry. Congratulations, you've made us all hungry, Mary Robinette. We have a question from Dino Boy Studios here. Always glad to be a fellow dinosaur fan. How does fashion work for sapient species who don't have a humanoid body plan? How do you approach that? We've specifically got dinosauroids here mentioned, but any kind of non-humanoid species, what are your thoughts?
I think it's going to come back to many of the same things. So there is an aspect of clothing that is purely functional. This keeps me warm. This protects me against the elements. So that's the functional aspect of clothing. The fashion aspect is the same principles that we would apply to humanoid. This tells you what group you belong to. This tells you about wealth display. So, for example, I'm gonna wildly spitball here. Let's say that we have, you said dinosauroids. I'm going to go with octopodes just for a second. So imagine, octopodes, you need all 8 arms working. So a fashion that might develop to indicate, oh no, I don't have to do that, would be a fashion that envelops 6 of the 8 arms. It's like, oh yes, no, I can just handle things very delicately with these 2. with dinosauroids, maybe it is fashion nail tipping. You know, it's like, do you see how fancy my little tiny claws are? Like, I already can't. I am. You know how fancy these are? I'm so fancy that I can't work just like a T-Rex can't.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought of something like paint as well that doesn't survive the rain, but yes, absolutely. One of these sort of persistent beauty standards that we see in the West is cannot go out into the sun, too pale and delicate. And you can definitely play with that with other species as well. What are the forces in their environment which can potentially cause something akin to tanning? And can you show that this is a thing that they just couldn't possibly?
Yes. You can also look at their relationship to age. So in Elizabethan England, one of the things that people would do is they would actually pluck their hair to create a higher hairline. You'd also see this in Japan during certain periods, scholar class, plucking of the hairline. But at other points, we valorize youth. With the paleness is beauty standard, when tanning beds came in, then being browner, the right kind of brown, being oranger, became the thing, because it indicated that you had time to go hang out in a tanning bed, or you had time to play tennis.
Yeah, tanning as, conspicuous spending of your free time, essentially.
Yeah. Interestingly, Elsie has left us, but my cat Elsie uses buttons to talk, and she will request clothing. Which, and it fascinates me because she walks funny when she's wearing it, but she'll ask specifically for coat, and it's often when it's cold outside. But there are times when I think she's asking for it because I will offer her a choice, like, here's a sweater and here's a little frilly dress, and she'll pick the frilly dress. And so I think she may be picking it because she likes the way she looks.
Interesting.
But she will also flatly decline things that she doesn't like. And one of the big issues for her is the smell of the garment, which is not something that would occur to me as imbuing something in fashion. So when you're thinking about a non-humanoid species, think about what is their Umwelt? What is the major lens through which they view the world? Is it scent? In which case, maybe we saw this in Mary Doria Russell's The Sparrows, scented ribbons as a form of fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that brings us to things like, infrared and ultraviolet light, and colors that can't be seen. Let's say Kafka's The Fly, what was a sapient species, and we wanted to dress them. What would they be? Would they be covered in nectar? Like, what would be appropriate for them? It's a very interesting question that that this sort of unravels, essentially.
Yeah.
We have another fantastic question here from MythX Cross. We're always talking about tone and theme and mood and genre here at World Amble, because of course we're building worlds to tell stories, and we want to create a certain atmosphere within those stories. What are some ways that you can use fashion as a motif to enhance that?
Think about fashion as being part of your environment. So if you are setting something, setting tone, you're going to trend toward a palette that a modern reader will interpret as gritty. This is why a lot of post-apocalyptic stuff is all very gray, and it's like, oh, it's so gritty. It's no one can afford anything. But you can also do things with theme or genre. Genre, one of the things you can do is you can use the latest technology. Having smart fibers. That would say, oh, look, we're in the future. Having magic imbued clothing. That's another thing that you can do to kind of hint at genre. For theme, like, it depends on your theme. One of the things that I actually do in the Lady Astronaut book is that I deliberately have people wearing flight suits, in part to remove the distinction between male astronauts and female astronauts. Everybody just wears the same thing. And so that is this thing that the women are constantly being pushing for, but they're also being asked to curl their hair, to wear lipstick, to wear makeup, to do these things. So I'm trying to show that even while they're doing the same job, the social pressures are still pushing on them. There's actually a scene in the new book where Elma has to wear curlers, and the IAC, my version of NASA, has sent a checklist of how to apply the curlers and how to remove them, because that's what space agencies do. They just love checklists.
Wow, that is spectacular, and what a great way to try and control people through fashion as well. To give them a checklist of what they can and can't wear. A slightly more you-oriented question: what are some of the specific influences you took for your stories?
Well, I tend to look a lot at history. I very much, so my brother's an actual historian. He has a PhD. And my dad we describe as the world's most curious man. I express the same apparently genetic curiosity through writing. So what I will do is I will look at history. I will look at comparable eras. Like I keep, this is not about my stories, this is about real world. I keep looking at the Weimar Republic and the things that were happening there and the similarities to what's happening now in the United States. So when I'm writing fiction, especially when it's secondary world, I will look for a comparable era in real world history. And where possible, I try to look for the comparable eras in a couple of different cultures to look for what the commonalities are. It's like, oh, this is, we see this thing happen. A great example would be Luddites. So we see examples of this in other cultures, but Luddites are the ones that most people are familiar with. We use, oh, they're such a Luddite to mean this is someone who's afraid of technology, which is a myth propagated by the mill owners back in the day. So weaving used to be this very high skill, well-paid job. And it was something that was done in the home, and it involved the entire family. Children would wind bobbins. And then we get the jacquard loom, these fabric mills, this new technology where you no longer need to have high skill to do that. And so suddenly this high skill job has become this low skill job that's dangerous. And it means that you now have to have childcare because it's not safe to send children there. One mill owner, whose name I cannot remember, was like, oh, look, we're doing some real social harm here. And so he put together a village that provided childcare and hospital care, and he paid all of the workers decent wages because he found that they did better work and that it didn't affect his profit margin. And the other mill owners were like, we don't want to do that. And so they deliberately priced him out.
Yeah.
Put around the notion that Luddites were getting in the way of advancements of technology. And that's not what they were doing. They were saying, you are disrupting our lifestyle. And we are seeing that exact same thing happen now with AI. Yeah. It's not about, oh, we are afraid of technology. The things that technology can do for scientific research, actually pretty freaking fantastic. But it's the disruption of lifestyle. It is removing skilled workers. Those are the things that I look at. So when I bring in a new technology in a secondary world fantasy, I look at how does it disrupt the social order? Yeah. Who benefits from it? How does it affect the poorest people? Those are the things that I look at. Those are some of the specific influences that I look for in stories.
Fascinating. And yeah, absolutely. If this, then what? Whenever you make a change in the world, if this, then what? What are the ripples? What happens next? Yeah. And they can come in some extraordinary spaces. We have time for just one more question. Ella, sorry. This one from Fabian Bellarion, I'm guessing. In terms of fashion, how would you say is the best way to get started? We've heard so many rich, wonderful examples and ideas in your keynote seminar today. It was fantastic. How should people kind of approach this?
So there are two directions you can go. One is you can say, here's a cool fashion thing, and I'm going to retrofit it to figure out why it happens. The other thing that you can say is, here is a moment in history, and I'm going to do ripple effects to see how it plays out. So in your example, you've got a dress you made for a species that started out as a religious garment. Are they aware that started out as a religious garment? Because sometimes we have things that we don't think about their origin, like high-heeled shoes began because people got very excited about the Mughal Empire, Genghis Khan, and their riding boots, which had heels. No one today looks at a high-heeled shoe and goes, that's a modified riding boot. So thinking about how close people are to the application of that that social precept, that piece of fashion, and then what their opinion of it is. Some people are going to be like, yes, I am all in. Let me hop on this latest TikTok trend. And other people are going to have a response of no. So you can look at where you are in relation to that. And then that also lets you decide whether or not you want to describe how it started. Like a lot of times you don't need to describe it because it's like, it can just be a cheese sandwich. The reader it's not information that you need. In Brandon Sanderson's Way of Kings, there's a society with the safe hand, which comes down and it covers the safe hand. And what Brandon said was that he wanted this piece of fashion that everyone followed, but that no one really remembered how it came into being. It's just a thing that everybody did because you do it. And that's a thing that you can do. You don't actually have to make a decision about which person invented this. You know, you don't have to know that the reason that we wear that blue jackets are in vogue is because Beau Brummel in the early 1800s started wearing hunting jackets. The equivalent of wearing t-shirt and jeans. He started wearing hunting ensemble to court functions. And you don't need to know that. You just need to know right now, what does this signify to my character? So that's how I would approach it.
Wonderful. Mary Robinette, you have been a fount of wonderful information and inspiration. Folks in the chat, can we shout out Light Up the Forge for Mary Robinette as a massive thank you to her for being here. It has been an absolute honor having you here to help us kick off Worldbuilding Con number 3. Kind of can't believe it. And I just want to thank you so very much.
Thank you. This was a delight, and I look forward to seeing the rest of the presentations. Have fun, everybody. Do some beautiful world building.
Hooray. We got Light Up the Forges coming left, right, and center. So much excitement. And I have thrown Mary Robinette's links in there as well. So that is maryrobinettekowal.com, in case you're wondering. I do recommend you go and follow her newsletter. It is a joy in my inbox every time I see it. But speaking of joy, folks, there is more to come. Well, of course there is. Up in about 15 minutes, so 1:15, we are going on with characters that change the world building. Some people are born to be legends, and no, I'm not just talking about our amazing panelists. We'll be diving deep into history-making characters that avoid chosen one cliches and how to deal with high agency settings where characters can literally change and reshape your world setting. It's a lot to handle, folks, but we have Tracy Hickman, author of Dragonlance, Ravenloft, and so many more. Ed Greenwood of Forgotten Realms fame. We have Celeste Conowitch, senior game designer at Cobalt Press. We have the wonderful Gail Carriger, New York Times bestselling author of The Parasol Protectorate and others, and Cody Pondsmith, lead designer of Artel Saurian Games, who will all be helping us with this knotty problem in 15 minutes. Folks, I will see you all then. Go and grab a drink and come right back for some more Worldbuilding Con. And we are back. Welcome back, most beautiful beans, for our next panel. We're talking about characters that change the world and the world building around them. Shucks, they're hard to deal with. Speaking of world changing, let me introduce my extraordinary guests. Kat, please throw them up on the stage as I name them. And folks in the chat, please shout out Light Up the Forge to welcome them to the Worldbuilding Con virtual stage. We have Cody Pondsmith, Gail
Hello,
Carriger,
everybody.
Celeste Konowich,
Hey there.
Ed Greenwood,
Hi.
and he's been our keynote speaker once before, and we've had him every world building so far. It is our lucky charm, Tracy Hickman.
Oh, I'm feeling like a lucky charm today.
Folks, I am so honored to have these people on the Worldbuilding Con virtual stage here today. I will tell you why. Because Cody Pondsmith was born and raised to game design. He is one of the lead designers at Art House Saurian Games and line lead of the Witcher TTRPG series. Avid hiker, loves to torment his RPG characters, and I am very excited to have you here. Thank you for joining us, Cody.
Thank you for having me.
We have, of course, the fabulous Gail Carriger, also a familiar face here at the Worldbuilding Con virtual stage. She is a multiple New York Times best-selling author with millions of books in print in dozens of different languages. Fatlook. She writes book Hugs. I can attest to this. Please do go check out her wonderful work. I'm very excited to have you here. Thank you for joining us, Gail.
Thanks so much for inviting me back. It's a delight.
Hooray! And of course, speaking of delights, we have also Celeste Konowich, a familiar voice over on the World Anvil Worldbuilding podcast. Celeste is the senior game designer for Cobalt Press, an RPG freelancer, and also the creator of the podcast Venture Maidens.
Hey, happy to be here.
Thank you so much for joining us. Of course, he needs no introduction, but who would I be if I didn't give him one? Then we have Ed Greenwood, the creator of Forgotten Realms, who first began world building in 1967 at 8 years old. I think many of us have had a familiar feeling and has been world building ever since he didn't have a beard. One of his ambitions is to fully detail the entire Forgotten Realms setting, which he does mention is an unrealistic goal. Thank you for stepping away from that to join us, Ed, today. And of course, we have the amazing Tracy Hickman, a New York Times best-selling fantasy and science fiction novelist, and a spectacular game designer as well. Best known for the Dragonlance novels with Margaret Weiss. He has written over 60 books, and co-written some of them with his very wonderful wife, Laura, as well. Tracy, thank you so much for joining us on the Worldbuilding Con stage.
Oh, it's so good to be with you.
Goodness, with such a wonderful panelist body, I do not want to waste any more time. I want to jump right in with, well, I guess one of the big questions, I suppose. How do you approach high character agency in world settings? Tracy, what are your thoughts on this?
I always start with the villain.
Interesting.
Because I think that villains make the heroes within the story. I was once called the vice president of evil. My response was, "Who's president and what do I have to do?" So I always start with the villain, because the villain always makes the hero. The hero doesn't become a hero without a villain to come against them. I certainly am a big believer in agency for the characters, but I believe that action and plot all spring from the organic decisions of the characters. That the characters can't be forced simply to fit my idea of plot. And so I always approach characters in a very organic manner. I think that that their actions need to proceed naturally to consequences, and I try not to. I try to follow their agency to the reasonable and logical conclusion, rather than to try to push them in directions that I want. Character agency, I think, is central to the organic structure of the novel or game.
Absolutely. Gail, obviously author of The Heroine's Journey, I'm very interested to get your take on this idea of high character agency world settings.
I'm sorry. I don't. I don't. You need to define your terms. What do you mean by high character? Because I went one direction that I think you don't mean.
So when we're talking about high character, funnily enough, we got this question earlier as well. So really the idea here is we're talking about settings where characters genuinely do have the ability to reshape the world. Now that may be politically, it may be culturally, it may be geographically, but obviously when we're dealing with fantasy and science fiction, we are dealing with settings where big things can change, and often that is changing around a single character or a group of characters. So that's how I would define a sort of high character agency world, as opposed to a world, Grimdark is a very common example, where everything is so crappy that whatever the characters do, they're really not going to make very much difference. Like they might make some temporary small change, they might save a village, but everyone's ultimately doomed anyway, so not much long-lasting character agency there. Does that help? Does that help you?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, I find my characters are moved or motivated to make major changes by information, because I tend to write heroine's journeys. So that means what tends to spark agency will be conversations with other characters often. I tend to be a really dialogue-heavy writer, and I also find that's where I get a lot of sources of information, is in seeing two characters talk to each other in my head, like it's a scene from a movie, and then everything kind of comes from there. So yeah, dialogue, I guess, which is the exchange of information at root, and then that information, new pieces of information, is what then motivates my characters to kind of move through time and space and change things. Either also, a lot of my stuff is driven by the character, the next level change, the world building change being the characters changing each other, so that then forms a cohesive group that can change the world in some way or another.
Yes.
So again, that the exchange of information is also an opportunity for networking between the characters, and that also drives the story generally.
Wonderful. And of course, Elminster, if we're talking about high agency character who's reshaped a world, Ed, what's your take on this? Your kind of approach to high agency worlds like this?
Well, there's the difference between my approach and what you see in the published realms, because in the realms they wanted what they called iconic characters, and they picked up and ran with superpowered characters and made them more superpowered so they would survive the incredible setups in some of the adventures, and then they asked us to write about them. And Elminster was originally just my unreliable narrator. He was Ronald Reagan in Death Valley Days. You know, he brought you into the episode, and then he took you out of the episode, and the camera went up and over his shoulder to do the episode. And so I'm not a fan of superpowered, in literal terms, characters, because they're inherently less interesting than a normal people like us just struggling. And the other thing is, it is a tendency, because it's easy world building, to go to royalty and nobility and people who have power within the setting. And although that can be very interesting, it's often more interesting to have your point of view character be the underling, the errand runner, the slave, near the powerful character who gets told to do things like go and make the tea. And if this person has ambitions and they get their chance, or they have hidden talents, like in my country, I was a vascular surgeon, and you step forward and, you know, cut open the patient and save them from dying, then it becomes an interesting thing throughout the narrative of when are they going to make their move? And if they intend never to make a move, what is going to happen to push them into it? So the world hangs in the balance. And I will shut up now, otherwise I'll talk all day.
Now, Cody, you of course are lead game designer over at Artelsorian, so you're approaching high character agency settings for other people to play their characters in. How has that affected the way that you've approached world building?
I think the tricky part is that your players can do anything, which means you need to prepare for as much of anything as you can. So I always approach this type of thing by trying to figure out what the building blocks are. You figure out what the most powerful factions are, the ones that have the most effect on the world, the aspects of the world itself that have the most pull, and the characters that have the most pull. And you can kind of build out around the characters that you are running to figure out, what are these faction interactions? What are these character interactions going to be? So if one player decides to, try to influence a major faction leader or something, how is that faction going to respond? Are there any enemies that are going to try to take advantage of that? If your players try to influence some standing concept in the world, like how magic works or how a specific ritual is done, who is going to react to that? How will that respond? How easy will it be for them to affect that thing? So I think a lot of that from the tabletop role-playing standpoint is making sure that you know really solidly what the building blocks of your world are, so that you know what can be changed and how it can be changed.
Very insightful. Celeste, I see you nodding along here. What are your thoughts on this?
I mean, as a game designer, listening to this, every agency we have to design, every setting is a high character agency. So whenever I'm working on a setting or anything of that nature, for me, I think the most important thing to keep in mind is choosing your moments when you introduce the world. Because obviously there are tons of events and people and factions and all this stuff that goes on that you have to think about for world building. But the point where the characters enter the story, that is what you have to be so careful about, choosing where in the arcs of events, you're saying, all right, here's the world. It's something we like to call at Kowal Press, setting up powder kegs, all around when you do your world setting, right? You want to always choose those moments right when it's at a tipping point, right? Tensions between two factions are just at the point where it might be explosive. If the characters get involved, it could lean one way or the other. So it's so critical to make sure you get to that peak moment and leave these little plateaus around for characters to either, climb to the top of or crash through the bottom of. And if you set those up, I mean, you're guaranteed to have some really interesting narratives in your literature or for your player characters. Just scatter the field with those powder kegs, right? Have those tensions high but unresolved almost at every turn. And then you're setting yourself up for some really great action, no matter where the characters go or what they choose to interact with.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're world building, if you're a world first writer, you can do exactly the same thing. Build the powder kegs and then see where the story unfolds too.
Right before it's about to explode, and that's where the story starts, and that's where the drama comes from a really great story.
In media res, love it. All right, next up, folks, it's story time, and this is a show of hands. Who wants to answer this one? Has a character ever changed your world building in ways you didn't anticipate? And I guess the follow-up question for this is, and what did you do about it? All right, hands up. Who wants to answer this one for me? What are your thoughts? Gail, take us away.
Yes. I mean, obviously, since I said in the answer to the last question that I tend to be character first anyway, the characters will often change the world in ways I don't anticipate. In one instance, she exploded the entire magical system, basically, and created an entirely new world. And I was like, I didn't know that particular side character did that, but apparently she did. So yeah, literally changed the entire scope of the whole world building.
How did you handle that as an author?
I had a entirely new series that's set in the modern day, and basically I was like, well, this connects the dots because basically it changes the world that is set in the past, which is my mainstay universe. to what the world is in the present day that everybody is familiar with if you read any of the spin-offs. So I was like, great, and it's this character's fault. Excellent, well done.
So you literally used almost a cataclysm to change to
change the whole world
forward. Yeah.
Wonderful. Partly for, from a like marketing tactic to encourage the readers to jump from one kind of book to a different kind of book. So to move them from essentially steampunk to urban fantasy.
Very clever, and a wonderful example for this. Tracy, I also saw your hand up, ready to share character that changed your world building, and what the heck did you do about it?
Okay. First of all, the first character, there were two actually. The first character was Lord Soth in the Dragonlance series. When I was actually working on the game at the time at TSR. That's how old I am. And I was working on the game, and I was working on. Yeah, Ed understands this. Yes. So I was working on the game at the time, and I was making figures actually for a war game simulation of the battle at the High Claris Tower, and I came up with this unit that had these banshees that were surrounded by this Death Knight, surrounding a Death Knight. And I came up, and all of a sudden, in that moment, Lord Soth just sprang to life in my mind. I knew his history, I knew his story, I knew his tragic fate. And he was such an amazing character. I can remember running over to Margaret Weiss's cubicle and introducing this character to him, mostly to get him out of my head. And Margaret took this character, and off she ran with it, and suddenly he became big in the books and stuff. Well, this character was so overpowered. He was so OP that every time he entered the scene, whether it was in the game or whether it was in the novel, especially in the novel, he would walk on stage and take over the book. He would start marching the stage. All of a sudden, it was like Lord Soth's story because he was such a cool guy. And we'd have to beat him back into the box with a stick and try to get him off stage so that we could continue the plot without him. And it has always been that way. It is still that way. Whenever he steps on stage, it wants to be about him, and the entire story can go and follow him if we let him. It's a character we just have to keep beating back into the box. That's just the way he is. The other story that came to mind was when I was writing with my wife. I was writing Bronze Canticles, a fantasy series. We were in the second book, and the characters had to come up onto a ridge, and they saw the great valley before them and the mountains in the distance, and they needed to go to the mountains. And they just stopped. I was writing dialogue, and the dialogue was, I suddenly realized as I was writing the dialogue that the characters in the story were talking to me. And they were looking up at me, like from the stage of the story. They were looking up at me, saying, what do we have to do next? We don't have any motivation. We don't know where we're going. We're just stuck on this ridge. What are we supposed to do? And I realized that they were talking to me, and that they had no motivation to go any further than where they were and to get where they needed to be. And I had to back up.
To push them to change the world building in a way.
But you don't push characters. You have to follow characters. And so what I had to do is I had to go back about 3 chapters and realize that their motivation happened 3 chapters before. And I had thought that I had written it in the book, but I hadn't put it on the page. It was in my head, but I hadn't put it on the page. So I went back and rewrote 3 chapters, and by jingo, when we got to the ridge, they knew exactly where they were going, and off they went. Sometimes you have to listen to the characters. They'll tell you when things are wrong. And that's exactly what happened.
Amazing. Any other story time for characters who changed your world building in a way you didn't anticipate? Lay it on us, Celeste.
Oh boy, as a professional game master and somebody who's been doing this for about 20 years, yes, this has happened all the time, all the time. I think the most dramatic example was a game where it was essentially, it's back in 3.5 D&D like campaign I was running when Wish was very, very frightening to game masters everywhere. So of course my players were very clever, got hold of a wish, and basically wished
Ed is
away
laughing
the
because it's Ed's fault. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I've never been on such a
Yeah.
panel before. This is hilarious.
They wished away my villain. It was like this extra planar force trying to come in, opening all these portals, and they basically, no portals can be opened. Here we go, end thing. I remember going and like in the middle of the session that happened, and I'd be like, okay, we're gonna take a little break here, and going outside and like sitting on my sidewalk, like, what am I gonna do now? Right, the whole campaign villain gone at a clever wish. But, after some very quick thinking, and in the scenario, again, you realize whenever there is a dramatic change like this, right? Whenever one faction gains a bunch of power, and it might be the players, there is a vacuum that is created. And what can be really, really interesting in those moments when all of a sudden it seems like there's nowhere left, like nothing left, huge vacuum in front of you, you have to think about what will fill that vacuum, because there is always somebody else watching what the characters are doing, just waiting for a moment, waiting for that opportunity to step in and turn it to their advantage, just as the characters are turning it to their own. So find that other villain, find that faction. Maybe you never thought that this was going to be a villainous character or a villainous faction, but all of a sudden they look at the landscape and go, oh, hey, now that there are no portals here, maybe it's time for me to step in and create my own little like domain of dread here. There are always, and that's one of the things that's great if you have those strong characters, those strong allies, those villains, those, tertiary friends in the background who are clever and manipulating what's going on. That is such a great opportunity to change things up and have that action flood in, and it becomes a whole different ball game in a moment, and you're ready to write, book 2 in your series.
Well.
That's the wonderful thing about role-playing games is that it's very much an improv.
Yes.
Whenever you're running a game, it's very much an improv, and the first rule of improv is to say yes and. And
Exactly.
So when something challenging comes in, and that's true also in novels, that if something unexpected happens or a character does something unexpected, you don't just throw it out. You take a moment and you say yes, and yes, exactly. It's an opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. I think especially what Celeste was talking about there about opportunities for other factions, but also consequences. I feel like consequences is a big thing here. If you change the world and you're the one that did it, probably the consequences are coming to bite you in your posterior, but specifically.
You don't just walk away from that.
Right, exactly. You don't walk into Mordor and you don't walk away from changing the world. Do I have any more story time, Ed or Cody, for a character that changed your world building in a way you did not anticipate? Cody, I see you poised.
I actually have a similar story, another horrible tale of RPGs gone wrong. I was running.
Gone right, man.
Gone right. Maybe gone wrong for my players. I was running a D&D campaign. My players were, very relatively early level, facing off against this, threat that would eventually, rise. And it wound up at this, very much sort of threat to the cosmos, multiversal threat threatening the gods. And they were still very low level at this point. So they were kind of going through the usual lower tier adventures. And they wound up with this big sort of cataclysm event that they were part of. And at that point, they had recently leveled up, and one of my players had reached the level where they got divine intervention. They were a cleric. They got divine intervention, which you can roll die on a percentile, and if you succeed, then your god intervenes to do something to help. But of course, the ability is weighted so that you have like a 5% chance, So I have one player say, oh, I want to ask my God to intervene and to save us from this threat. I say, okay, roll. You've got like a 5% chance this is not going to happen. And it does. And they rolled like a 2 or something. And I'm sitting here going, wait, hold on. Okay. How is this going to play out? How is their God going to intervene in a way? Because I'm looking at this and going, well, you didn't pick like a god of war per se. You know, you don't have sort of the champion of paladins, you know, Bahamut type situation. So how is this going to work? And when it actually wound up that their god tried to get involved and wound up getting taken out of action temporarily. So this character who basically called on their deity to help them in this great time of need wound up depowered as basically their god went out to try and sort of stand against the tide of darkness and was grievously wounded in the battle, as it were. So I had to kind of figure out exactly what to do with something where, you know, one of those edge cases where the ability is there and you can use it, but nobody ever really intended it to be used. It's such a small possibility that you have to really, really, you know, be in a very specific situation for it to even come up.
Yeah. Which also means it's kind of hard to plan for.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ed, I think you also wanted to share a story here.
Yeah, just very quickly. This is not a war story. This is could be useful to you when writing a world building story.
Love it.
One of the things that happens when you're writing in Hollywood is that it is writing by committee. And quite often characters, and NDAs apply here, so I won't name them, but you can guess. Somebody else decides that 2 or 3 new characters are going to show up in your story, and they have superpowers and wear spandex. Okay? And how do you handle them? So, okay, you know their superpowers, and hopefully you are not going to cheat as a world builder by inventing new ones or nerfing the ones they have. That's cheating. But anytime you're writing a scene in a book or setting up an encounter in a role-playing game, the characters involved who are not your player characters, what are their motivations in life? What's their long-term goal, and what's their immediate goal? What do they want out of this encounter, this scene right now? Like, do they need to go to the bathroom? Do they want a sandwich? Do they want to kill this other person in the room? What? And you note those down, and that determines how they're going to act in that scene until they bounce off somebody with a countervailing desire. So, you know, when you're building stuff, that's a useful tool, and I'll just leave it there.
In terms of tools, also, if I can add, Superman, there's a reason that kryptonite exists. Because without kryptonite, Superman is a boring, one-dimensional character.
Yes.
You know, and in fact, kryptonite, you know, is supposed to be this rare metal, but I think you can get it like at 7-Eleven in multiple flavors because everybody's got kryptonite, because otherwise Superman's boring.
I have some chartreuse kryptonite somewhere here.
I see, there you go. Without a flaw, without an Achilles heel, characters are worthless. Yes. They're one-dimensional and they're uninteresting. Characters have to have flaws. That's one of the things, by the way. Oh, commercial time. That's one of the things why that I appreciate about World Anvil. I'm working on a book currently, and I'm using World Anvil as my tool for organizing the world and organizing the characters, and it'll become my Bible reference for the novel. World Anvil, in their character settings, provides an entire set of questions, really, that can lead you to ponder about the character in terms of their flaws and in terms of their completeness, and ideas about leading you to ideas about your characters that you might not normally anticipate. So I'm very much enjoying working in World Anvil in my character development right now, because it is forcing me to consider the flaws in my character, in the characters. My own character would be good if I could do that too, but the flaws of the characters in the novel, so that they will resonate with people, and so that their stumbles that they make in the story make sense for the characters themselves.
Well, thank you, Tracy, so much. Just to be clear, I did not ask Tracy to say that, but thank you.
I was not
really
compensated for this endorsement, but it's nevertheless true.
It is always wonderful to hear that people are finding value in our work. So thank you so much. I feel like the conversation has already segued here. So for our next question, how do you handle power scaling when characters can fundamentally alter their worlds? How do you keep them under control, and how do you show a sense of progression when you already have these incredibly powerful characters? We've mentioned already kryptonite and flaws. I do have a video called The Triangle of Power, which is about literally about ability versus cost versus control factors, so limitations essentially. And this is definitely a part of it, I think. But what are your thoughts? How are we handling our power scaling when we already have these fundamentally such powerful characters, or do we even need it? Who wants to jump in on this one?
Oh, let me jump in with a quick one.
Go for it.
Because we do this when doing movies, because it's visual.
Yeah.
You can do it in a novel or any fiction just as easily. It's a little harder to be subtle about it when you're role playing, and that's power ramps up, and we get a cutaway to a brief scene where the Avengers or the Masters of Evil or the Twisted Rune or whatever, they look up from their table and go, "Oh, wait, problems in Sector 11. What's happened?" And what you're doing is tipping off the reader. Oh, now that the power level is scaled up, some people who were busy doing other things are suddenly interested, and they are of that new power level. And so there will be new antagonists, if not villains, entering the narrative now, because now you've made waves, you've made a noise, and people are going to pay attention. And something as simple, when Mary was giving her keynote, you introduce a change in an industry, as in and AI doing it now, there will be pushback from people whose lifestyles are being shattered, the buggy whip manufacturers of their day. So it needn't necessarily be another superpowered thing, but something there is a response. As was said earlier, when you create a vacuum in the world will fill it.
Yes, absolutely. Any other thoughts on this, Celeste? I see you right in there. Go ahead.
Yeah. For this, I think, we've brought up superheroes, and one of the big challenges of like, how do you make a story when you're all powerful and, you can do anything? I have sort of two answers for this, but the first one is the more powerful your characters grow, give them more to care about that ties them to the world, things that aren't as powerful as they are. Because when characters have deep relationships, when they're connected to people and places other than themselves, your hometown or, your best friend that grows over the course of a story, those things aren't all powerful. And when those come under threat, that's when you have your sense of drama. So this is why you always see in superhero novels, right? Like, or comic books or whatever, they have those companions around them who help them, who usually the villains get smart and go, I'll attack that instead because you are indeed impenetrable, right? When there are stakes all throughout your world, that's how you keep things exciting and interesting, regardless of how big your characters grow, your players grow in power. find those connections. The more human you can ground the reason they're there and the reason they're gaining this power, the easier it is to continue to tell these stories and create conflict, even if they do have these amazing capabilities. And then the second one, which I already sort of touched on, is your villains. Your villains also need to grow in power alongside your characters. As your characters get better, smarter, more powerful, guarantee that somewhere in your world there are villains watching them do this, preparing in just the same way. So to tell these, you know, if it's an epic level campaign or it's a novel series that's been going on and on and on, you need to sharpen and hone those villains. And think about, you know, this whole time the characters have been, you know, busting their butts to grow in power and level up. So have your villains. Do not forget, this is when you get to bring in, you know, your things like your demi-liches and, you know, your vampire lords. Those are meant to be those big, larger than life villains that come in when your heroes come in at that same punching power. So it becomes like a battle of titans. So give them things to care about, and then 2, have the villains grow in power alongside them. And that is really the best combination to guarantee that things still stay interesting, regardless of how, you know, God mode your characters are.
I love this. I'm very, very excited. We're talking a lot about, you know, big, powerful, world-changing stuff. We've talked a lot about hard power, which is something that's very, very common in fantasy and sci-fi. Gail, how do you think this works? Oh, sorry.
No,
Gail,
it's okay.
I just wanted to ask Gail, how do you think this works when your power is the people around you, when your power is your squad and it's more about like the soft power than it is like, you know, just punching the big bad evil guy, which is also satisfying, but a different kind of power.
Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, I guess you would call it sort of more collectivist games and the kinds of games we're talking about, right? There's no bosses in my stuff, right? I mean, sure, maybe an evil mastermind. I've never, that kind of villain has never really appealed to me. So I don't really write with villains. You know, it's like a natural disaster that's causing the issues or something like that. Like everybody has to work together to solve occasionally an already, you know, society-wide or worldwide change that's occurring. And that's what the drama is built around.
Yeah.
So yeah, my brain is trying to puzzle in how to approach this, and I just don't think I would go about it in the same way on the initial setup.
One of the things I've seen in your work is very much, you know, you have these characters who have the strength as the people around them, and they get better at that. They realize that potential. They become better at helping the people around them leverage their strengths. That's something I've seen
exactly.
a lot.
Yeah, exactly. And also in identifying. So one of the sort of growth patterns of the main character when I'm writing with the main character is learning the more and more about the people around them, their friendship group, for lack of a better way of putting it. And partly that's because for me, that's one of the joy of the longevity of friendship, is learning more and being able to predict your friends' actions and figure out what they're good at it and ways you balance each other. That's how you develop sort of collective senses of humor and things like that. And so, yeah, so the one of the main characters' growth patterns is learning to get out of their own head in a way, but also learning how to activate the strengths of and weaknesses and how they balance each other in their group, in their adventure group, for lack of a better way of putting it. And that's, you know, and you as the reader get to kind of get immense satisfaction from watching the main character fall in love with the side characters for the reason that you, the reader, have sort of fallen in love with them, and also seeing them as more valuable via the main character's learning process. This idea, I mean, one sort of iconic way to put this, not to bring up a devil, but you know, these books were successful for a reason, but is like Ron Weasley coming to rescue Harry with the sword in that sort of iconic ladder scene. So this idea that that the main character doesn't necessarily have to do all the saving or do all the power. There's actual joy from the human condition in seeing one's friends also ride to the rescue and be the support team and kill the villain, or stab the Horcrux or whatever it is. And yeah, that's something I enjoy personally, watching my friends, conquer their own demons. And so I like to put that in as sort of a strength building aspect of the universe.
Yeah,
I'm creating.
absolutely. Lots and lots of different kinds of power and lots of different opportunities for building power and building strengths for the characters. But Tracy, I'm so sorry I cut you off before. What did you want to share about power scaling with characters and how that can alter a world?
Wait, can I add one more thing? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, of course.
I think the side impact of my particular tactic is I very rarely have a power creep issue. It just doesn't really, because I'm always actively building mains and everybody else around them with weaknesses, because I need the weaknesses for other characters to fill to create this kind of balance. Very rarely do my characters get overpowered, even some of my very high powered characters, like my meta-natural characters. So sorry, I just occurred to me that like it's kind of not as much of an issue.
No, I totally sharing that insight. Hey, there's 6 of us on what is essentially a souped up Zoom call. These things are going to happen. It's fine. The flow of conversation cannot be contained. Tracy, I'm so sorry. Back to you.
Oh no, I absolutely agree with Gail, but one of the things I think that we lose in all of this is we always think about the story and even the game, for that matter, as having epic scope, that it takes place in huge regions, and we think of our world as being the world. The truth of the matter is that actual worlds are enormous, and the stories that we tell can really don't fit very well in an actual world. Tolkien's world, Middle Earth, in total was about the size of Europe, maybe. Okay, it was actually only a part of the world, but that was their entire world. The world that we're portraying, either in games or in story or in film, is the world of that place, and so sometimes I think we think about huge, powerful characters. Frodo was not a powerful character. Frodo was the weakest and the smallest of people, beings in this world, and he failed. At the very end, he failed, which is why, of course, I love Samwise so much. But Frodo was not an overpowered character. He was the weakest of the weakest, and that's why he was such a great hero, doing what he had to do in the midst of enormous power struggles. My wife and I once wrote a book called Eventide, and it was about a village. And that was the entire world of the story, was this fantasy village. And the hero of the story, his whole great quest throughout this story was to win the heart of the witch girl who tended a broken wishing well in the town. That was his whole quest. And that was their entire world, was this little village. And yet the story was compelling. The people were magical. The setting was beautiful, but it was really small. The places that we build, the world of our story, can be anything from a small, tiny village to epic struggles across continents. And so the power of these people doesn't necessarily need to scale. And the power, and they can fight enormous odds against terrible powers and still be empowered to do so within the context of the game. I think that we need to remember that the world is the world of our story, and the size of that world can vary widely in terms of physical size.
Yeah, absolutely. And You know, everything takes place in the size of a scene at the end of the day, whether it's an RPG or a novel. It's all a spotlight. Everything is a spotlight. All right. Let's talk about common pitfalls. Now, I'm not going to ask you to get shady. I don't want you to name any names. If you want to, that's up to you, but I'm not asking for any names here. What do you think are the things we need to watch out for when we are approaching these settings where our characters are changing the world, where they are changing the world building, blowing up a magic system, for example, Gail? What should we be careful about? What should we be watching out for? Cody, I want to start with you. What are your thoughts on this one?
I think that this was something I ran into in Witcher a lot. I think that there's a tendency in these types of sort of massive world-changing, high-agency worlds to make things a little too black and white. There's a little too much tendency to, do evil masterminds and dark liches and righteous kings and things like that, which can work to a certain degree, but lose a lot of effect as you do it more and more. You can do righteous kings, but they will only have certain effect on one use. You need to have, kings that have flaws. You need to have evildoers that have backgrounds. You need to keep a little bit of the gray there, because if you go too black and white, the world becomes really predictable and it stops being as interesting.
Yes, absolutely. And it's something that has been a very common theme here throughout the panel, which is if you only focus on your heroes, things are going to get OP, overpowered. Things are going to get out of control very quickly. If you remember that this is a world where lots of people are people with powers, with dimensions, with consequences, all of a sudden that kind of unlocks something in the world building, and it gives you more of an ability to shift. What are some other common pitfalls when we're writing these world-changing spaces? Any thoughts? Ed, go for it.
Yeah, be very mindful of how communications work in your setting. Far too many people, and I encounter this when I'm script doctoring, they assume that in medieval times the internet existed and everybody had a phone and news would spread accurately with pictures around the world in like 5 seconds. You know what somebody done in another court. And unless your magic system involves some sort of ability to do that, and if it does, I would recommend that you have it burn the users, so that you can call on your high vizier to find out what's being whispered in the rival kingdom, and he will fall over dead because he expended his life force to bring you that 5-second snippet. Yes, my liege, it'll be the last one. But I mean, other than that, communication should be slow and lousy and colored by rumor and spin, because not necessarily maliciously, as in, oh, we need a marketing manager to spin things, but because everything is broken telephone. Everything is being retold in every tavern and every inn along the way, and people are embellishing to make the story better because maybe they can get a free drink out of you if they make the story better. So they slant it because everybody knows that the kingdom next door is full of evil people and we're shiningly good. So you shift the story, then anything bad that our guys did was really a reaction to something worse that the other people did. So you embellish the story and it changes in the telling. So please do not have your plot hang on instantaneous communications.
Yes, absolutely. And as the chat has pointed out, it's still very difficult to know really what's going on in the world, even though we have all of the spectacular technology and everything else. We are still fundamentally working upon unreliable narrators and broken telephone. So
Yes.
You're quite right on that, Ed. Go for it, Gail. Talk to us.
I was going to say, I mean, I'm a humor author for those who are unfamiliar with me. And so my brain always goes to the funny bits, right? But it just occurred to me that one way to do this kind of thing is something that Marvel actually does very well in a lot of their movies, which is to use a grounding character. And that can be a walk-on bit. And the way they will do this is there'll be a huge climactic battle scene and suddenly everybody will pause to eat a pita sandwich or something. Or there's a check-in with a very minor character who's like running a cafe in the background and is like, oh, is the world exploding again? Or something like, are the supers fighting? Oh dear, you know, like, how do you want your latte? Or like, for example, when I went through the Loma Prieta earthquake here in California, I was very young. My mom is quite British. We ran outside of the house because, you know, huge earthquake was happening. And my mother spent the entire time like staring at her mug of tea to make sure that not one drop spilled. I mean, the world is literally rolling around her and she's like, must not spill the tea. And that kind of moment and that kind of character, just as a little flyby check-in, no matter what kind of world building you're doing, always like just acts to remind the audience what like the everyday person is experiencing or feeling or whatever. And that can also, you know, like express the barrier to communication, right? Like all of your supers know exactly what's going on. All of your mains are like involved and communicating with each other, however you've managed to set that up. There are a bunch of people who have no idea what's going on. All they know is the world is suddenly shaking and they don't want to spill their tea, right? So that there's a way of basically, I refer to that as the grounding character who acts often for me as a point of humor, but can also like escape. I guess I'm putting a patch for the pitfall. We were supposed to be talking about the pitfall itself, but I'm like, if you're starting to experience a pitfall of this kind where you're getting too much creep, you can actually just use a little baby character to be like, bring it back. Like, remind us what's at stake also, like that those are the people that your main characters are fighting for, whether they know it or not.
Yeah, absolutely. Solutions oriented is amazing. Thank you, Gail. That was wonderful. Tracy, what are your thoughts on this? A common pitfall when writing world changing characters or maybe world breaking characters. What are your thoughts?
Being the vice president of evil.
Of course.
That's a good title.
Practically a PhD in breaking the world.
The biggest pitfall I think that people have is with villains. And that's because they always want to paint them as kind of the mustachioed, you know, evil guy that's always twirling his back. Villains are always absolutely sure that they are right and that they are in the right. That what they are doing is the best for everyone. It's kind of like, I think Dr. Evil or Dr. Horrible said, sorry, it was Dr. Horrible. Dr. Horrible said, you know, the world's a mess and I just need to clean it up. And that makes him a villain. Villains are always right in their own minds, and villains are always flawed in their reasoning. And you have to understand the villain properly before you can get to anything else. So the biggest pitfall, I think, is writing villains that are so shallow and so unmotivated. The true villains are the ones who are absolutely certain that they are right in doing what they're doing, which we're seeing in United States politics currently. But that's just an aside. What you have to do with the villain is you have to construct their logic, and you have to make sure that within themselves they're absolutely right. One of my favorite villains is Count Strahd from Ravenloft, and Strahd is absolutely certain that what he is doing is right, and that everything that has happened to him has been a great injustice that must be righted. The fact that he is abusive, that he's sociopathic and self-centered, and that specifically he is an archetype of abusive men and a warning to women about abusive men. He does not see it and cannot see it. That is his flaw. But he always is certain that what he is doing is right and that everything that has happened to him is unjust. So if there's a pitfall for people, in writing, it's in making their villains, their evil characters, as it were, to be completely shallow and unmotivated. Without a villain that has strong motivation, heroes are flat and have nothing really worthy to fight against. This also, by the way, handles a lot of the power inflation issues. Because
Yes,
if the
as we talked
villain,
about before, because there is that equality, that balance in the world. If it's possible, it's not just your heroes who can do it, essentially.
that's right, and the hero is only as good as the villain that they're fighting. In a natural setting, okay, as Gail is talking about, where the villain may be a more natural event.
Yes, absolutely.
Or world event. That event itself needs to have a logic to it and a reason for it. And the consequences all need to have logical events. You have a meteor strikes near a town. There's all kinds of fallout from an event like that needs to be under consideration. But each of those challenges become a challenge for the characters as they move forward.
Absolutely. Tracy touched so beautifully on our audience question that I did want to flag that up on the screen. Does anyone else want to weigh in this in just our last 2 minutes? What do we do if we're not using traditional villains? How do we approach that as storytellers? Celeste, I see you raring to go. Talk to us. What's your take on this?
Yeah, just real quick, wanted to slide in and kind of like building on Tracy's point. I think one of the biggest pitfalls in talking about villains and like potential and who's right and who's wrong, make sure that your characters' motivations are flexible. That is a pitfall if they're inflexible. And so your heroes, and I'm talking about your heroes here, if they keep the same motivation through the whole story, I think it's game over. And that's the thing, like one of my favorite things to think about. I had a theater professor who always says, like, the best way to write a tragedy or to play a tragedy is as a comedy right up until the moment it's not. So setting up those expectations with your heroes as well, because it makes them complex. Humans' motivations change all the time. It can start as, hey, I need to save my village. Oh, wow, I want to gain that power. Oh, hey, I'm a villain, right? Every person in this world has a price, has a point where, you know, your motivation can turn from something good to something bad. And seeing that questioning and pushing heroes to that point, like maybe all of a sudden they do start understanding that villain's motivation. Maybe then we realize that our villains aren't as big and sweeping and, you know, as like locked into what they want as we originally thought. If every hero with just a turn, you know, can become a villain, how much money do they get until all of a sudden they become a villain, right? Like, how much do they have to lose before all of a sudden that motivation turns villainous? Making sure those are flexible and making sure your heroes also have motivations that change, as with your villains, is the best way to create like realistic characters that feel relatable and push the story forward. Nothing is certain for your heroes or your villains.
Nothing is certain. I think that is a fantastic place to leave this. Folks, I have had the most spectacular time discussing with you all. A massive thank you to my incredible guests, Cody Pondsmith, Gail Carriger, Tracy Hickman, Ed Greenwood, and Celeste Conowich. Their details are all in the chat and also in the description of this video, so you can go check them out. Please do follow sorry, it's only hour 2. Please do follow their links. Go and check out their stuff. I have handpicked them as some of the most wonderful, bright minds in world building. I do recommend every single one of them and their work personally to go and check out and get inspired by. And folks, thank you all so very much for joining us. I hope you have a spectacular day.
Thank you.
Biggest love to you all. Let's pop you down one by one in no particular order. Didn't put myself down. That's good. Well, folks, if you thought that was good, then I have news for you. We have more incredible speakers just like that who will be coming in about 12 minutes. So we are on the half hour. We are going on with world building and Unforgettable City. This is what we are discussing, with story hooks in every shop and adventure down every alley. We'll be discussing how to make your cities, whether they're traditional brick and mortar, space stations, cyber cities, or what have you, shine as iconic locations in your world. So please join me and Mer Lafferty, Hugo Award-winning author and podcaster, Dominique Dickey, author and RPG writer, and Scott Lynch, best known for his best-selling Gentlemen Bastards series, as we explore the urban landscape of world building. All of that at 30 minutes past the hour. I will see you there. In the meantime, grab your hammer and go world build. And we are back. Thank you so much for staying with us. I've seen a lot of chat. We've somehow gotten onto the topic of ancient Greek robots, which I am here for, over on YouTube. Bring on the nerd. I am here for it. But of course, we have more wonderful programming for you. In our next panel, we are talking about world building an unforgettable city for our setting. A city can be many things. It might be brick and mortar, it might be cannibalistic, a cyber city, or even a space station. And speaking of space, let me introduce my stellar guests. Please shout out Light Up the Forge in the chat to welcome them to the Worldbuilding Con virtual stage. We have Dominique Dickey, Mer Lafferty, and Scott Lynch. Folks, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Great.
Hi there.
I can hear everyone, so this is all going well so far. Let me introduce my splendid guests, as they are far too sensible and modest to introduce themselves. I have, of course, Dominique Dickey, a writer, editor, cultural consultant, and Nebula award-winning RPG hooligan. In addition to creating their own RPGs, they've also written for Thirsty Sword Lesbians, Dungeons & Dragons, Pathfinder, and they work as a designer and editor for Monty Cook Games. Dominique, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Huzzah! And we move on to the incredible Mer Lafferty. No stranger to the World Anvil World Building podcast. Mer Lafferty is a Hugo Award-winning podcaster herself and a spectacular author known for Solo, A Star Wars Story, and the excellent Mid-Solar Murders series, which takes place, of course, on a space station. Big old floating city. Very excited to have you. Thank you for joining us, Mer.
Thanks. I'm excited to be here.
Hurrah! And of course, we have Scott Lynch, the best-selling author of the Gentleman Bastard series, starting with The Lies of Locke Lamora. This takes place in a fantasy city based on late medieval Venice. And in addition to his writing, he has also a background in game design and firefighting. Scott, thank you for joining us today.
My pleasure. I hope.
Hooray! Ooh, sorry?
I said my pleasure. I hope.
I hope to.
We will
well,
see.
Let's find out. We've never had someone who didn't have fun, but let's see what happens. I have extraordinary guests, so I'm going to just kick straight off. We're talking about cities, we're talking about world building, but specifically we're talking about memorable cities. Cities that work their way into our consciousness. What elements make a fictional city truly memorable versus just interesting? Mer, take us off. What are your thoughts on this one?
Oh, grabbing me first.
Yay.
I think, yes, Scott.
You got this. I'll be back in 20 minutes, okay?
Okay, got it. I got you. I think the thing that I think of immediately is the people that people don't like to think about, which is the people who make the city run. So the people who work the city, the people who clean the city, the people who deliver shit in the city, and not considered important, but without it, everything would crumble. And when that has, when that part of the city is well fleshed out, then you definitely get a sense of it, of what it is, and what the people, what the ruling class, appreciates. You can tell that pretty much by just looking at, it's like, don't look at how someone treats their boss, look at how they treat their underling. It's that only greatly increased to show the city. I'm very sorry. I've been sick, so I'm still kind of fuzzy.
You are fine. Thank you so much for that. And yes, absolutely. Dominique, I see you nodding away. What's your take on this?
Yeah, I'm thinking about, kind of in a similar vein, subcultures and neighborhoods. I think that it's really easy to have like a very broad top-down definition of what a city is, and saying like I guess for an example, like I live in the DC area, and to say like DC is the city where the government happens, but what about like all of the other things that are not related to that, and the people who like are not involved in government functions? What kind of neighborhoods do those people live in, and what kind of subcultures are they involved in? What are the like other occupations or things that you might not think of? What are the who are the groups of people that would not really be counted under the headline of what the city is or what the city does?
Fascinating. Yeah, absolutely. Cities are these huge, multifaceted beasts, and it's very common that we do get caught up in one area of them as world builders. So I totally agree on that. What are your thoughts on this one, Scott? What makes for you a fictional city truly memorable?
Well, Dominique hit upon something that was really, really important there. The sense that, in a large enough area, no one really identifies as just being from large enough area. Very few people would identify as just being from Tokyo or just being from London or just being from New York City. We live in neighborhoods before we live in cities, before we live in nation states, and we tend to think and identify ourselves locally. So that lived in sense that people inhabit the stones, but they, more than inhabiting the stones, they inhabit the identity of that locale, is a major part of making it feel like this is an actual lived in city that we're describing, rather than just some sort of hollow fantasy construct that's going to go away in 5 minutes. The director is going to turn the cameras off, call cut, the extras are going to walk away, and you'll be left with nothing but empty sets. So one of the essential things about a fictional city is that you add those touches, that it should feel like it is not about to roll itself up and blow away the moment you turn the page. That although the characters are moving down this street or taking a left down this alley, if you move down another street or looked right rather than left, you would see something. You would see somebody. There'd be something else there, something that persists even in the absence of the audience's attention. Fostering that sensibility is one of the most important things. Of the 17 most important things we can do with a fictional city, I think that's a big one.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot to unpack with cities, which is why I thought we should have a panel just for that. Since we've touched on neighborhoods, I want to jump straight in with that. Cities are a mosaic. Some cities more than others, of course. How do we create neighborhoods and districts that feel distinct? I want to jump in with Dominique on this one because you were the one that really, really dug in there.
Yeah, I think about the cultural forces that cause areas to be divided how they are. Is there a municipal overlaying structure, like wards or something, that would cause that would kind of separate different areas? And how do people fall along those lines? So there might be different municipal areas within a larger city that have access to different funding or that house different functions, right? And how does that determine what happens there? And then I think from there breaking out to, so then why would someone live there, or who has lived there since before it became the thing that it's known for, and why are they still there? And the reason could just be that they haven't had a reason to leave, right? But then if so, does that say anything about their compatibility with the people who are moving into the area for other reasons? So I think a lot about flow of population in that way, and also how it's encouraged by things like the things that Mur was talking about, municipal funding and infrastructure and waste disposal. Yeah, I think that's I'm going to put a pin in that for now.
Yeah. Absolutely. This is so interesting to me as somebody from Europe. I will weigh in at the end, of course. But yeah, this is fascinating so far. Very excited about this. Who would like to weigh in on this next? What are your thoughts about neighborhoods and districts? Scott, take it away.
Oh, okay. I was going to say I defer to Mur only so I could make that rhyme, but I will defer to Mur later. Well, yeah, as Dominique said, I mean, it's when we sit down from our perspective as writers or game designers or whatever it is that we're doing to create a fictional city, we tend to go about it in a relatively orderly fashion. We moved by our expectations of what we want, what the audience wants. We say a city needs this, and it will have this neighborhood, it will have this neighborhood, and this neighborhood, and that's not how cities are built. Cities essentially start by need or by happy accident, and are then built on the shells and the ruins and the remnants of the city that has been built before. I mean, every city that has been around a while is actually, just the current iteration, the regenerated city, squatting atop the ruins of its previous regenerations, layer after layer, back into the depths of history and its founding. It's easy for us to say, oh, the city will have, a merchant district, and it will have a blacksmith's district, and over here will be the cake baking district. And that sort of central planning is very rarely how things, actually happen. especially in the milieus that we are largely discussing here, fantasy analog milieus of, human history. Central planning can be applied to, historical cities. A lot of those large straight boulevards that you find in Paris are relics of the 19th century rather than, 2000 years ago. And we're put there kind of explicitly to allow the powers that be to more easily blast down rioting crowds. So order can be imposed upon chaos, but cities are riotous and rambunctious and inconvenient things. And their original purpose lingers, in the names, in the shapes, in the buildings that are left. I mean, New York City still has a garment district, even though we haven't had that sort of industrialized garment, operation for 70 or 80 years now. We've sent all that offshore. But at one time there were 300,000 people making basic clothing in New York City. And so we have a ghost of their presence, even if it's now condominiums or whatever.
Totally, absolutely. And I want to ask Mer specifically, because you made a space station. Is this something that you did on a space station as well? Did you create the feeling of kind of neighborhoods there?
Not so much. It was I more thought of the space station like a large organism because it is a sort of sentient living thing, and so less. Everything I just said about the municipal and the infrastructures, well, I didn't really do in the space station because that was more of a life cycle type thinking. But I do have in mind, like, when something goes wrong, what parts of the station has to focus on things when there are pressure breaches and problems like that. You do have to think of when things go wrong, what happens. To go a little bit back to what people were talking about, I am from a tiny town in the North Carolina mountains, and someone was saying in chat how turn left at the cow is legitimate directions. That's where I grew up. And I actually get confused on a grid because it all looks the same to me. And when Hurricane Helene hit, my town was one of the ones that was hit pretty hard. And it was, suddenly seeing the rich people who had just purchased summer homes up there and their concerns versus the people who live there every day. And also infrastructure, because, water and sewer got knocked out of the town for months. And suddenly things that people just don't like to think about were first and foremost on their minds. And it really made me think about some basic stuff that, everybody needs to remember when something is about to go very wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. Those sort of inconvenient truths of living in a city in many ways.
Yeah.
I am from Europe, as you may be able to tell. So one of the things that I wanted to highlight here is that everything, Scott said this as well, everything's about reuse. And often you have a neighborhood that was, it was the tanning district, and then that area of the city got very expensive, and so they didn't want to put the tanneries anymore. So things change, and you can see this use and reuse of structures, which I think is great for building neighborhoods. There are places in London like Pudding Lane, Tweezer Alley. There are reasons these streets have these names, but the other thing is that as cities grow, they take over settlements, they eat them. Cities are in many ways carnivorous, and so you see what used to be a little village become an oasis within a larger urban environment. And it's not until the 19th century, as Scott was saying, where you start to get these very large boulevards. You get the centers of some cities remade. In Thessaloniki, the city that I live in, there was a big fire, and then everything was remade in the Parisian way. But there are lots of cities like London where that doesn't happen, and these are the things that give the city character. It's that thread of history and the repercussions that allows you to have, large, beautiful, stretching boulevards with l'Arc de Triomphe like Paris, or on the other hand, London, which is all like squiggly little tiny lanes that are all higgledy-piggledy on top of each other. If there is not a higgledy-piggledy lane in London, I would be very surprised. And these kind of can give you the neighborhoods and the districts by the way the architecture works, by the way you have that use and reuse with the names and that kind of thing. So I did just want to like pop in that little European perspective on there, because I did realize I've got lots of non-Europeans on the panel. Let's zoom out from people for a second, because people are, of course, the beating heart of a city. That's very much where everybody jumped immediately. They are the beating heart of our stories. But what about the other stuff? Geography, climate, natural resources. What roles can these play in shaping a city's character? And I suppose the riding question there, since we're all world builders of one shape or another, how can we manipulate that to make the cities do what we want to do? Scott, what are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, if you go back in time far enough, virtually every city that has ever been built has been built for one purpose: access to water in various forms. I mean, not just water for drinking, but water for transportation, since water for most of our history has been, the easiest, cheaply, commonly available form of transportation for goods and people. So, someone dropping a tent, 4,000 years ago or 400 years ago, or whenever, again, probably wasn't thinking in terms of, where the garment district is going to go, or, where sewing needle lane is going to be, 800 years hence. They're thinking about where they're going to drink and where they're going to pee, and, where they're going to water the livestock, and so on and so forth, and where they're going to seek shelter from whatever prevailing environmental conditions are. So, cities once started. I mean, this is the thing about human beings, is that with our technology and our techniques, we essentially we only go with the flow of the natural world to a certain point before we begin altering it and ourselves and our circumstances to allow us to sustain ourselves in a way that just would not normally be possible. Would not be possible for, say, a population of giraffes or hippopotamuses. We can build walls, we can build reservoirs, we can do things like that. So the too long didn't read version is they play every role, they shape everything. They're an accident of circumstance, and then we begin messing around with what we have.
Fantastic. I think that's a very good way to put it. Dominique, what are your thoughts on this one?
I'm once again thinking about it in terms of like access and privilege in a way. I think a lot about cities in terms of like class stratification and like demographics, and I think that it's something to like be aware of, is that geographically there are going to be places that are more advantageous for certain functions than for others, and that can be a really important factor in determining like what groups of people live where. I think that like thinking about like what is uphill versus what is downhill versus like what has easy access to flowing water versus like how high even is the water table in this place, right? Those are things that I try to keep in mind with determining what populations are more centered in which areas. I know that that's kind of down the line when we get into the function of different neighborhoods, but I think that's kind of like the geography and the climate and the resourcing is kind of the overlay of all of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, with natural resources, for example, like the thing that is abundant and cheap is the thing that most people's houses will be made of. So if you're a special person, you're going to have your house made of the fancy stuff to set you apart. There is that sense of conspicuous consumption, as Mary Robinette Kowal was talking about earlier, that does allow you to sort of set yourself apart and show how wealthy you are and everything else. It does all feed in. Here in Thessaloniki, again, I keep mentioning the city I live in. Probably not the best thing on the internet, but it's cool. The haves lived up on the mountain, which was A, defendable, and B, cooler and less humid. And the have-nots lived down by the sea, where it was much more humid and muggy and less comfortable to live in. So yeah, absolutely. Like even where I live, I can find a lot of parallels in what you're saying. What are your thoughts on this, Mer? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Scott.
No, I'm sorry. Mer, go ahead. I have a thought at the end of that.
My first thought is so more specific to my current home, which is Durham, North Carolina. And if anybody has visited the site 11'8", then you'll know. Okay, Dominique knows.
Yes.
So that is my town. I would drive under that bridge every day when I was taking my kid to school. 11'8" is
Iconic.
a bridge that is on a major circular not circular, but a major road in Durham, North Carolina, and it's a major way to get onto a highway. And for many, many years, it was just fine. And then they started making the bridge is for a railroad. So train tracks go above. And so it's not easy to move, but they kept making trucks taller. And so as no matter how many signs we'd put up, it would be, yes, there we go, thank you. No matter how many signs we put up, some people just don't pay attention, and then they run straight into the bridge. And someone who works in that area just finally put up a camera to catch all the cars or all the trucks that get stuck under there. And what's funny is there's another one on the other side, but it's not, and it's actually a little shorter, but it's not as famous. But what that brings up is the fact that, you know, how the city evolved beyond this road. And this road is still a very important road to get onto the highway. But, you know, we have to reroute trucks with drivers that pay attention through. And, you know, they spent a bunch of money and a lot of time a couple of years ago to finally raise that, because everyone's like, oh, you just need to raise the bridge. It's a railroad. That's a little harder to do than just like bump it up a couple of feet. People are still running into it. And it's a weird thing that this quaint thing people see on the internet, and a lot of vehicle damage and stuff is just because my town evolved past, or rather the world evolved past people being able to go down this road. And like it or not, that is one of the things that mark Durham. It's like you got the Durham Bulls and you got that bridge people can't drive under. And you know, seeing is how the world goes along, but certain very difficult to change structures inside the city cannot. That is one thing that will make that will be a good marker, for better or for worse.
If people look at clips of that bridge, it's like a can opener. It will just take the top off of a truck.
That's what they call it.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, they call it the can opener. I'm serious, they do.
It is terrible and wonderful and amusing and awful.
Yep. And what a wonderful example of people meet geography.
Yeah.
Scott, there was something you wanted to add.
Yeah, just in relation to the character of a city, just kind of pinging off something that Dominique said. One thing that I wanted to stress was that in a city that is known for something that becomes a destination for you know, vacations or, you know, rest cures or, you know, any kind of experience, any kind of touristy or personal health experience or anything specific, the people who actually live there and provide the services, you know, pay the taxes, do the work, experience a very different facet of that city's character than the people who come for that specific thing. Like, you know, consider the people who live in Las Vegas year round, you know, they do exist, you know, they live in a very different city than the people who go there 4 or 5 days a year to gamble and have fun. My wife lived there for several years and has shown me around, you know, the back sections, the place where the actual people live, away from the strip, away from the film set, away from, you know, what people think of when they think of Vegas. And it's essentially, you know, two mindsets coexisting in the same physical space. But that's not just Vegas. That's, you know, every city.
Yeah, absolutely. One of my most formative experiences of being in Istanbul was exactly that. You know, you get the sort of glorious architecture. It's a very beautiful city. And if you go a few streets back, you see all the wooden buildings where people actually live. People are still living in wooden houses, although there's this sort of glorious stone architecture and everything else. It's a very, very interesting contrast that gives a lot of character to the city. And yeah, I can think of a lot of different examples. I'm sure folk in the chat are are sharing them as well. Yes, I see them there. Okay then. Let's dig into that. Actually, we've touched on this a lot already because we're all storytellers and in our various ways. How do you capture a city's atmosphere and culture as a storyteller? Who wants to jump in on this one? Dominic, take us away.
I'm thinking about like what people prioritize and how people like greet each other and like regional in jokes or like call response things, like saying "Go Birds" in Philly, which I think that for me the day-to-day interactions that really capture it are like, what do people talk about locally? Like, what are the sources of small talk? Like, is it the weather, or is it like, I can't believe that this like new infrastructural thing is being constructed, or like, have you seen how this has changed, right? What do people notice and remark on who are native to that place? What stands out to them versus what would stand out to someone who is like not from there? Like an example is, I was in Boston earlier this week, and I have never really spent a lot of time in Boston, but I had a taxi driver who was commenting on how all of these like buildings were newer construction and the style totally set them apart from the more historic buildings in the area. And I was like, well, I would never have known that because these newer buildings look so much like things that are like things that have been built like in my neighborhood that have been here since before I lived here. That might be, you know, like not so far back in history, like from like the 2000s and 2010s, but I wouldn't have guessed that all of these like new buildings are like being built right now. And this is an ongoing issue for people, right? So I think that what do people find remarkable is a good on the ground level way to establish the kind of cultural vibe in the background.
I'll go. I think the easiest thing that the first thing that occurs to me is something goes wrong, and something goes wrong with something that is very specific to the city. A very important church burns down, or as I talked about earlier, a very, very important infrastructure just breaks, and suddenly you're seeing how different people react in different ways. You know, like the people who ignored the stop taking the roads to the mountains because we need emergency vehicles on those roads and the roads are crumbling. But they ignored that so they could go check on their summer homes. It just little things like that. It's having something go wrong and then seeing how different people in different neighborhoods react to it. That's a quick way to show you who's in a city and who has priorities.
Love it. I'm hearing a lot about current affairs. That's very, very exciting. And I think that is a wonderful way to, you know, not only give your city character and not only put words in your characters' mouths, but also really make your place feel like it's dynamic, it's moving, stuff is happening here. This is a living place. Do you have another take on this, Scott? How do you approach giving atmosphere and sort of showcasing culture in a city?
Yeah, I mean, everything that's been mentioned so far, but also, you know, cities evolve reputations, and those reputations are exaggerated. And, you know, some of those characteristics will arise organically, and some of them will arise, you know, as a result of, you know, social pressure or political pressure. You know, every resident of a major city that has an alleged identity can tell you what they think are the real, organic, true aspects of living where they live, and what are the stereotypes that are only believed by outsiders, or, you know, what's the stupid PR campaign that the mayor's office came up with that, you know, no native person would have ever come up with in a million years. No one actually says this, no one says that. No one gets this cheesesteak. This cheesesteak is the only authentic cheesesteak, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, prejudices in both the mundane and, you know, the broader sense really do shape and reveal the city's, you know, atmosphere, character, and culture. You know, how much time you have to spend, you get to spend to explore that. can be troublesome because you only have so much page space, you only have so much screen time, whatever you're doing. Oftentimes, I found myself using what I would characterize as absolutely cheap tricks. The main characters in a given scene going somewhere to do something will overhear someone talking as they walk past them on the sidewalk. They will, note someone, or someone will shout something. If you look at the cities in my books, you will see that bystanders and characters in the background are often shouting weird things. Like part of this is like, this is perfectly honest. This is what cities are like. People are always doing weird things. Look around you. People are shouting something, doing something that you don't understand, or involved in business that is strictly their own. So it's an honest trick, but it's also a bit of a cheap trick because you don't have to have your main character go, yes, in the city in which I live for the last 2,500 years, people have observed the festival of the red goat. You just have some crazy person screaming about that in the background and let the reader make their own inferences. And
Sure.
that
Even like a banner.
feels like us. That feels like humanity.
Yeah.
You say cheap trick, but I was just about to say that's just really efficient storytelling that's not boring exposition. I mean, give yourself some credit, man.
It feels
good
like a cheap
exposition right
trick
there.
because we beat ourselves up when we use, like, well, this is an effective device. I must therefore not be virtuous for using it. I have to, beat myself with a hair shirt because I'm using an efficient storytelling technique when I should be doing something far more nuanced and subtle. And it's like, no, you shouldn't. You're right.
Yeah, it must be said, like 50% of the game of atmosphere and culture is not world building, it's conveying that world building. It is the exposition, So, we spend a lot of time thinking about our world building, as we should. We are creating spaces that our characters live in, and they shouldn't feel like, white boxes, but also we got to convey that in a compelling way. I'm surprised nobody's mentioned food. I think food is such a major part of a city. I think the different ways that people eat, the different ingredients that are available, it absolutely scents the air as you walk through a city. To me, I'm also obsessed with food, right? So I should add that as a caveat. But to me, this is sort of such the difference between the East London area that I used to teach in, which smelled like 100 spices, or Thessaloniki, where I live now, where the air as you walk out smells like frying onions and tomato and cinnamon, because that's what's in Ladara, and that's like one of the kind of basic things that everyone eats. Or the place I lived in London, where everything just smelled like cabbage, because I don't need to say anything more about the English diet. But yeah, it's I find that such an evocative thing for different cities and different areas of different cities as well. What people are eating, it clings to their clothes, it sticks in the air. It's a real kind of center life kind of thing. So I think that's something that I like to play with when I write and when I do when I create RPGs, is what are people eating and drinking? What's being sold on the street corner? How is that different here to somewhere else? Yeah, as somebody mentions in the chat, you only need to think of the food of New Orleans to be able to start conjuring up the kind of fusion culture of that city.
But you can also have there's also the concept of where the visitors go, where the tourists go, and where the locals go, and what the tourists are too fancy to eat, like street food.
Yes.
And they say they want authentic stuff, but they go to a beloved corner, Italian place that is not impressive in any way, shape, or form, and just don't get it because they're not emotionally connected to that restaurant. So seeing how visitors experience the food as opposed to the natives or residents.
Yeah, absolutely. I also think the other thing that you can really make a city's atmosphere kind of palpable is the soundscape. And this is something that Scott touched on as well, is, hearing what people are talking about, but also hearing the sounds of the city. Is it ships? Is it bells? Is this a city of 100 churches where all you hear is church bells all day long? I'm thinking of in the Discworld in Ankh-Morpork, where it takes 5 minutes to call the hour because there are so many different churches and some of them lag. And I instantly get a picture of what that city is like because it's so multicultural with so many different faiths. And that's made palpable in the air, you know. What are your thoughts on this, the kind of sensory life of the city?
It's something that I am aware that I need to think about more in my own writing, because I feel like I tend, like you may have noticed, I start from the very like theoretical and work my way into the more lived things. So I am current, like as we're speaking about this, thinking about how those details manifest in my own life and like how I can bring them into things that I'm writing. Along the lines of food, I do think about like what ingredients are available and how different people use them in different ways. Where like if you have like a city's main staple items and you think of that as like a chopped basket, but then all of the different subcultures who live in that area are going to make totally different things on this episode of Chopped. What is like people's default mode of working with what they have versus what is like, oh, they do this on the east side of town, but over here I would never, right? And what does that say about the relationships and tensions like in between different areas and also like in between different peoples?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's dig into history. I touched on this already because I'm a giant history nerd. I apologize. But how do we make our city feel like it has a sense of history and also rich storytelling potential? We want our cities to feel deep and with great dimensions, both in space but also in time. What are some ways that we can do that with our world building? Who wants to jump in on this one? Scott,
I think we're trying to out-polite each other.
I think everybody's very
win at being
respectful,
polite.
which is-
You can't.
I'm going to stop calling on people again. You know what? I'm stepping up. Scott, talk to us. I'm volunteering you.
Okay, so you know, previously, you know, we talked about the notion that you know, conceptually, you know, a city is built up in layers, you know, layers of its history, and is different things at different times. You know, each thing built upon, you know, the ruins of the past. I mean, I remember pretty vividly when I was a kid, I saw one of those, you know, illustrated "How We Will Live in the Near Future" sorts of books. You know, this is a book from like 1975, and it's full of like, you know, we will live in the undersea cities, we will live in the orbital habitats. You know, in 1999, most of us will live in orbital habitats, and it's like, no, we don't. But they had an illustration of, you know, the living room of the future, and it was, you know, people in tinfoil suits. In this, you know, giant plastic house that had obviously just been built, and it's like, for the most part, like, that is not how we move, you know, from epoch to epoch, age to age, point to point. What we do is like if you, I noticed the first time I was in London, you know, wandering around looking at all the sites, is that you know, you don't just have the artifacts of previous you know, eras of civilization, the statues, the churches, the temples, the guild halls, the whatever. You know, you've got the government buildings. You know, in some sense, you know, Parliament would probably, you know, run a great deal more efficiently if it wasn't still being run out of, you know, these buildings that date back to the 13th century. But that's never going to happen. I mean, that is an essential aspect of, you know, the character and the nature of this government. But the other thing that I noticed was, you know, and this is just a generalism, we as a species, like, we don't tend to knock down the brownstones just because the future has come and we could build something else. We put satellite dishes on top of the brownstones. We thread them for fiber optics. You know, we apply a veneer of technology, a veneer of the modern to stuff that is, you know, been standing there. Although I should point out, we will happily knock things down, sometimes for awful reasons. Gentrification is a thing. You know, displacement of entire populations out of their neighborhoods so that, you know, something like, say, a freeway overpass can be built. You know, there are a variety of neighborhoods. I'm speaking of primarily of the U.S., like my own birth city of St. Paul, Minnesota. I love it, but there's a ghost in the middle of it, and that ghost is called Rondo. There's a neighborhood called Rondo, which, you know, was the predominantly black neighborhood in the middle of St. Paul. And, you know, what a gigantic coincidence. It's the neighborhood that was primarily knocked down to make way for the interstate system. A coincidence that is repeated in major cities from coast to coast. What a strange coincidence. So, you know, we keep things for very good reasons, and we also knock things down for very bad reasons.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Just to share another example of that, I can talk about these entities. They no longer exist. Thessaloniki was part of the Ottoman Empire for a long time, and now it is part of the Greek nation, which is a new thing, new as of the 19th century. And for a long time, there was a problem where they would not preserve medieval Ottoman architecture because it was not considered to be part of the national story of Greece once Greece had become a country. So it was very much a sense of picking and choosing what should be saved and what shouldn't be saved based on current politics, like you were saying, a different kind of politics. But yeah, you do see this sort of selective saving and what fits with our current narrative and what do we want to get rid of and pretend it never happened, or what is not important enough to save. I think this is something that is hugely important in sculpting a city. And you know, something that you can show with names that are left behind when buildings have been gone, or as you said, by leaving a big ghost in the middle of a city. There's a lot of different ways that you can do that to show, you know, the troubles and the traumas, as well as the kind of the glorious bits of the history.
There's also what, you know, kind of what Scott said, but also what I think about is stuff that they allow to decay. So maybe not actively knocking something down, but if something gets destroyed or just through entropy or people just ignoring it starts to decay, then you think that's not important enough to build back up, but that is a part of the history of the city, and who remembers it and in what way is, you know, again, I'm sorry, I really am showing my small mountain town girl thing here, but the whole, like, you know, that you got to turn at the barn that's not there anymore. And, you know, it's of course, everybody knows where that is. Why are tourists looking so confused? But, you know, what we've allowed to die when we've allowed other things to flourish is another marker of the history.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or people moving away, someone said in chat, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I also think this is another place where you see use and reuse. So, you know, we have a district, Ladadica, which used to be the oil selling district. Ladi is oil in Greek. And so that district is now kind of people live there, but it's also kind of a party district. Nobody's selling oil there anymore. But it's still called Ladadica. Or, you know, there's the gate where they used to sell the copper stuff. And it's still pretty much called the gate where they used to sell the copper stuff. Although nobody sells copper things anymore, because that also happens in a different, like these things, they hang on long, as you were saying, that the ghost of them do hang on, even when they're not there anymore. And when you explain that a district is called Ladadica and everybody's like, okay, there is a history there that's unseen, and that's a great way to do, like Scott was saying, that kind of subtle exposition, like, you know, a lot has gone on here, guys, but in a way that's not just, as you know, Bob, because that's really tiring for audiences and not really best practice. Dominique, I see you rearing. I feel like you have examples for me. You have thoughts on this one.
I saw a comment in chat about building a freeway over Hispanic neighborhoods in Los Angeles, and how other cities on the East Coast have done that with like historically Black neighborhoods. And something that I think about a lot, because I grew up in LA and moved to the East Coast as an adult, is the role of like car infrastructure and car architecture, which I think we should be calling it car architecture, because cities are like built for cars now. But what I think of a lot is that by the time cars became a commonplace thing, every major city on the East Coast had been built, burned down, been built again. So like there's a lot more walkability over here, as opposed to the West Coast, where by the time LA became LA, it was kind of a given that people moving there had access to these means of transportation. And you can, just walking around the neighborhood I grew up in versus the neighborhood I live in now, can very much tell when a city was like built for cars versus when a city was built for people on foot or people on horses. And I think that looking out for like analogs of that is something that's really important for me in world building. Is what priorities was this oriented towards, and what priorities has it been rebuilt towards? And can you tell that there is a city that was built so long ago that the current like paradigm doesn't quite work, but we're still making it work? Like in DC, a lot of our major streets are like 2 lanes and the speed limit is like 25 miles an hour. And that would never fly in LA. But here it's because those streets have been here forever and they can't really get that much wider. So the speed limit has to stay slow because there are pedestrians and people passing, and again, only 2 lanes.
Yeah, I'm laughing at forever because, you know,
Yes,
Europe.
yeah,
But
no,
yes, exactly.
You are in a city that's older than my country.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, as a you know, as a kind of stop-in for that, there is the Via Egnatia, the Egnatia Way, which is one of the major Roman Empire kind of through routes, goes through Thessaloniki. So that road is pretty good because it was quite wide. But there's lots of roads in Thessaloniki that are small and higgledy-piggledy because they're pre-car, you know.
Yes.
And in other cities, it's even worse, you know, like seeing the way that technology has changed and the way that has then had impact on the city, and, you know, the compromises, like you were saying, the compromises that have had to be made, and where things have worked and where they haven't. I think of London and the metro system, that is called the Tube, and essentially they're at different depths depending on when they were built, because the technology got better. So like some of them are really rickety and terrible because literally they still look the same as they did in the 19th century, and then others are like really new and modern and gorgeous, and that also gives you the sense of history as you go through. The other technique that nobody's touched on is you dig a hole. You just dig a hole and you can see everything that's down there underneath. You know, Scott talked about cities are built on cities are built on cities. That's another way to do it. Just have your characters look down a big hole and they will see the past. It's right underneath them, you know.
I don't remember where it was, but didn't someone find like an ancient Roman mosaic under the floor of a McDonald's? Like, I feel like this happened within the past decade. I don't remember
that
where.
That would not shock me. It's
Right.
taken over 30 years to build the metro in Thessaloniki because every time they dig, they find something. And every station has a little museum for some of the stuff they found, which is wonderful. But also they keep finding like sodding Roman houses. They tried to dig in Rome. They tried to build something, and Rome is the same. But they just get, at this point it's gotten so bad that they just like build stuff anyway. But then they found Hadrian's Athenaeum, which is this thing that they didn't know where it was, and it's super iconic and it's written about historically. So they really had to preserve it. And then we're going to put, I think it was a metro station as well. They were going to put a metro station there. Like, shuck, we need to reroute the entire metro because we cannot go through Hadrian's Athenaeum because it's too important.
And before before societies tend to get to the let's appreciate and study the past phase, they go through the utilitarian, oh boy, found materials. You know, wow, we found a pile of stones that we can use to build the houses that we need. You know, we built the mayor's house out of the ancient mausoleums. Or, you know, we can't find any original Roman plumbing here because the city needed bullets in the 14th century. You know, so you go through those phases. You know, it's like your toys when you're a kid. You play with the toys, and then you age out of playing with the toys, and then you take them apart and you toss them aside, and then you later find out that they're all worth $500 on eBay. You know, that's the history of archaeology, basically.
It sure is. And you can end up with some really interesting reuse of materials that way. At some point, I will tell you about the bottom that is in a wall. But now
at some point. No, some point. Now is the point.
Now, okay. In that case, in Paros, which is an island in the Aegean, it's relatively close to Athens, and the Athenian city-state in the ancient world really thought it should be part of Athens, and they did not want to be. So after a certain amount of pushing and shoving, Athens went over there and just leveled stuff. It was very dramatic. So there's not a huge amount of the ancient city still there because so much was destroyed. And then, of course, you see all of this medieval reuse with the spulia, with the columns and the paneling and the sculptures, and they're all reused. And generally, they're reused in very utilitarian ways, like Scott was saying. But my absolute favorite example of spulia reuse is a butt from an ancient statue. Just the butt, and somebody has very intentionally put it at eye height in an internal house wall.
Wow.
And clearly they were like, welcome to my house. This is my bottom.
I mean, imagine the resale value of the ass house. Like,
Yeah.
buy the ass house for $1.5 million. The only ass house.
This sounds like following the zoning rules that we had. Like, you can build here, but only if you have to retain 10% of the original building, and so they keep one wall and then build modern stuff all around it. So they had to keep certain percent of that statue, so they kept the ass. It makes perfect sense to me. I don't know.
I really have taken us off topic. I'm so sorry.
No, you haven't. This was awesome.
That is so on topic, actually.
Yes.
But I think that kind of creative reuse is very interesting. The other very fine example is no asses in this one, is when the barbarians were coming and they had to very quickly build walls. That's the other time you see a lot of spulia, a lot of reuse very, very quickly, when all of a sudden there is an urgency to build at least a very terrible wall very quickly. This happened in Paris and it also happened in Athens. So you get these like slightly terrible walls with just random stuff shoved in. And archaeologically speaking, it's always fascinating to find what's in there, because they were not very discerning, which means you find all sorts of interesting stuff that might not otherwise have been saved. I have taken us off topic. Let's talk about unforgettable fictional cities, because I think that examples are a wonderful, wonderful thing when we are approaching building something new or upping our world building on something that already exists. What do you think are some great examples of fictional cities that for you are unforgettable? Dominique, you look ready.
I'm actually blanking on everything I've ever read, and I'm pulling up the list of books I read last year to reference.
Okay, I will start us off then. In that case, I'm sorry for taking you by surprise. I would say the mortal engines, the cities that move and eat each other, absolutely iconic. And the way that the author, whose name I'm totally blanking on, managed to make London still feel like steampunk London, but put it on legs and have it run after other cities and eat them, I thought was extraordinary. Also very, very fine exposition that shows the passage of time through a museum, which I thought was a very beautiful, beautiful way of doing that, kind of showing the history of the city in motion as a museum literally collapses on somebody's head. Very, very fine way to show history and a city in motion, both figuratively and literally.
I do have an answer now.
Go for it.
And I can't believe that I forgot it. And it's not so much a city as it is the end point of urban sprawl. The Sprawl from William Gibson's Neuromancer is very evocative, and it also shows like how the length of time over which all of these cities have kind of merged into and consumed each other, and what cultures have remained versus what has gotten subsumed into like the larger like urban monoculture almost. That really fascinates me, just in terms of looking at urban life now and the kind of like 95 corridor on the East Coast of the US, and extrapolating to an endpoint that feels like it could happen, but also like I hope it doesn't happen.
Any other candidates for unforgettable fictional cities?
The one that stuck in my head. I'm sorry, Scott. You want to
go? No, go ahead.
Okay. The one that stuck in my head was Armada from China Miéville's The Scar, because it is a city made of pirated ships. So the pirates will take over a ship, shoot the captain and the first mate, and conscript everybody else, and take their ship and add it to their grand floating city. And just what they did with the different ships they took and which ones they had to turn into like farming areas. And I just loved that description of that city so much. It's one of the ones that stood in my mind for decades now.
Yeah.
I'll give two rather than the 37 that I want to spew out. I mean, and those are both great examples. Lonkmar, Fritz Leiber's Lonkmar, the habitation of Fafford and the Grey Mouser. One of my favorite fictional cities. It's a city that exists to be a mystery. It's a confusing, foggy morass. The fun thing about Lankmar is that like mapping it is antithetical to the aesthetic essence of the city. It's a place that is where the streets are meant to shift in your mind, where the alleys are meant to be unfindable. It's not a literal diegetic magic effect within the story. It's just that is what the place is supposed to be like. So making it orderly is antithetical to the spirit of the exercise. Lankmar is wonderful. Also, Kekon, city, nation, state in Fondelee's excellent Green Bone trilogy, starting with Jade City, which is just a marvelously intricate evocation of a city, its nation state, its economics, its politics, and it has its early to mid 20th century politics mixed with what happens if the economy becomes driven by what is essentially a magical resource. What if magic gets worked into the flow of everything else? And they're great books. So Fritz Leiber, Fondelie.
Fantastic. Lots of great examples there. I will shout some out from the chat. Our audience is also very excited about this. We have, of course, Ankh-Morpork, also one of my favorites. The Golden City of Wakanda is a wonderful example. China Mieville coming up again. Waterdeep. We've got some El Dorado and Atlantis coming up. Lots and lots of different imaginations of what those might possibly be.
Grondor.
Yeah, absolutely. Ba Sing Se from Avatar The Last Airbender as well. We have Tar Valon from the Wheel of Time series. So lots and lots of examples for you to go away and have a think about for building your own fictional cities. We have a great audience question here from File by Tyre, which is how do you work out the influence of a city on the surrounding area? Cities, of course, more than just their heartlands. What are your thoughts on this one?
I think from a resourcing standpoint, which a lot of my answers come from a resourcing standpoint, what do the outlying areas have that the city needs, and what does the city have that the outlying areas need? So which ways are traffic moving, and for what reasons? It could be that like most cities were built along waterways for transportation, for having potable water, but also for agriculture in river valleys, right? So as the city got larger and larger, where is the food grown that is brought into the city? Are you operating in a world that has like fast enough transit that food could be brought from, halfway across a continent, or is it the immediate outlying area? And if so, how does that influence the culture of the city and the culture of the outlying lands? Versus like, what is the housing market like in the city? Is there like suburban sprawl where maybe it costs less to live, but you have an awful commute? I think that depends on like how real world modern you're getting with it. But maybe you put suburbs in a high fantasy world, and that would be very cool, and I want to read it.
That sounds fascinating. What are your takes on this? Go ahead, Scott.
They need each other, and they thrive only in conjunction with one another, and they will then spend centuries, if not thousands of years, mutually denying it. Like this is a recurring theme of most human societies and most human developments is basically the city and its supporting territories essentially being a chicken and an egg arguing forever about who needs who.
The thing that comes to my mind is something Scott may also understand, which is if you have two cities close together, the struggle for their own identity may be a thing. I'm thinking of Minneapolis, St. Paul, and yep. Raleigh, Durham. People are just like, oh, do you live in Raleigh, Durham? No, I live in Durham. But the airport's called Raleigh, Durham, and Raleigh's a lot bigger. So, it's the desire to politically we're very different. So it's the desire to keep ourselves apart. This is who we are, but it's nice having the state seat right there. So it's like Scott said, with we need you, you need us kind of thing. But if two large cities are next to each other, retaining your own identity.
Yeah, absolutely. And then sometimes you get the Budapest thing where they in fact become one city over time. So that can also happen. It's a very interesting place. I think there's something very interesting there about, you know, goods flow in and laws flow out in a very simple way, that, you know, the city controls the area, but there's often a certain amount of mistrust, may I say. This is something, funnily enough, I used to be a musician. This is something that appears in songs already from the 16th century, this comparison between country living and town living and which one is better. And it's always around London and, you know, is it better to live in the countryside and enjoy that, or is it better to live in the city where things are very active? And there does rise that kind of almost that the kind of resentment of country people saying, well, why do the city people think they can tell us what to do? Why is that where the power comes from? So I think there's a very big power dynamic that you can play with in that space as well. Well, I have just seen the time, and unfortunately, time is the power dynamic that yields to no human being. So we must say goodbye. Before we do, I would like to give a massive thank you to my spectacular guests. A massive thank you to Dominic Dickey, and Scott Lynch. Thank you all so much for joining us on the Worldbuilding Con stage.
Thank you, Janet.
That's been fun. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Janet.
That's been such a pleasure. I'm going to pop these folks down now, but of course, you can check out their links. We've been sharing those in the chat. They are also in the description of this. As I've said, all of my guests come highly, highly recommended and vetted. Go and check out their stuff. Please do. And if you can follow them or give them a like or join a newsletter, if you can find it in your heart to support them, of course, please do. And check out their wonderful, wonderful books as well. Folks, we have another break scheduled. So if you've been looking at your glass being empty, or dare I say your bladder being full, you've got 15 full minutes. Off you go. And we will be back after 15 minutes with the last of our panels today, which is World Building While Neurodiverse. Very, very close to my heart. Crafting an entire world isn't a typical hobby, so no wonder so many of us are not necessarily neurotypical. In this next panel, we'll be having a candid chat about the challenges of world building, not only, but especially while neurodivergent, and we'll be sharing solutions to common problems we all experience uniquely as creators and world builders too. All of that coming in 15 minutes, along with my fantastic guests, Andy Law, the award-winning tabletop games designer and cartographer, best known for Warhammer Fantasy role-playing, the award-winning webcomic Peter Tchaikovsky, Dave Green, a neurodivergent writer of the epic and the urban, the fantastical, the cozy and the mysterious, and of course, our very own Kat Bradbury, the best-selling author of the Alchemy Ever After series. Folks, we will be unpacking all things brains and world building in 15 minutes time. I will see you there. In the meantime, grab that hammer. Go well build. And we are back. Folks, welcome back, beautiful beings, one and all, for our next panel. We're talking about world building while neurodivergent. But don't worry, we're digging into stuff that's going to be helpful for even the most typical of neurotypicals too. Whatever flavor of big, beautiful brain you have, learning to manage the realities of building an entire universe can be a challenge. And speaking of big and beautiful brains, let me introduce my wonderful guests for this panel. Please give a big light up the forge shout out in the chat to welcome to the Worldbuilding Con virtual stage Peter Tchaikovsky, Andy Law, Dave Green, and World Anvil's very own Kat Bradbury. Welcome, everybody. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome.
Jazz hands.
Jazz hands.
The dance game of this panel is superlative. Can I just? Before we get too far into this, let me introduce my guests properly because they are far too sensible to introduce themselves. We have Peter Tchaikovsky, creator of the award-winning webcomic Rock, Paper, Cynic, and designer of the superlative story engine deck of writing prompts. He's also spoken openly and heroically on the World Anvil podcast about the challenges of being neurodiverse and world building while neurodiverse. Peter, thank you so much for joining us one more time.
Thank you so much for having me. It's always such a delight.
So much fun to have you. And speaking of an old hand on the World Anvil World Building podcast, we have Andy Law, an award-winning tabletop games designer, best known for the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, a game that he has designed, written, illustrated, mapped, and produced for longer than he cares. Do you remember? He's freelanced with the biggest and the best games companies, including Fantasy Flight Games, Green Ronin, Chaosium, and Critical Role. Yes, that. Critical Role. And currently, he is the CEO of the Bespoke and Perfect Rookery Publications, an indie RPG and board game company founded by passionate gaming veterans. And if you are over on Twitch, go and check out Rookery Publications. They do very, very fine live streams on Twitch, and they are jolly wonderful indeed. Andy, thank you for joining us.
I feel like I need say no more. Thank you.
But you will. We all will.
I can't help myself. I'm looking forward to it.
Hooray. Next up, we have Kat Bradbury, a best-selling author of the Alchemy Ever After series, as well as short fiction featured in daily science fiction and various other speculative anthologies. Kat is obsessed with storytelling, tarot cards, classic movie monsters, and convincing people that the end of Lost was actually good, actually honest, actually. I'm currently
I will
watching
die on that hill.
I am also very honored to have Kat as part of the World Anvil team. She is the one partially responsible for all of the amazing content that comes out from World Anvil. We work together to make things for you, including our brand new course. Now, I haven't mentioned much about this, but if you go onto World Anvil, if you log in, you click courses on the top bar, there is a new world building course, World Building 101. We dig into a lot of the agile world building methods. And in 10 lessons, we will help you build a brand new world with brand new things in it. Including people, places, things, and even some plot. So that does exist. That's partly Kat's brain fruit and partly my brain fruit. So you can go check that out if you would like to. And last, but absolutely certainly not least, is the fabulous Dave Green, a neurodivergent writer of the epic, the urban, the fantastical, the cozy, and the mysterious. With his character-driven dark fantasy series Empire of Ruin, or his urban fantasy noir Hell in Haven, David takes readers on emotional, action-packed thrill rides and is also the secretary of the very fine British Fantasy Society. David, it is a pleasure to have you here.
So what? I also like the ending of Lost, and I also love Andy's Mass Effect hat as well. So. And,
I love you already.
And Peter's shirts as well, and background. So fabulous.
Thank you.
I feel like we are in for a good time, folks. Let us kick off. No, those are the city's questions. Let us kick off with I suppose a very pertinent question. How has your divergence, your neurodivergence, I am on hour 4, influenced your approach to world building? What are your thoughts? How do you think maybe you do it differently to other people, or maybe not? Andy, do you want to take us away on this one?
Yeah, sure. Okay, let's start off with me. So, I am often described by many of the people I work with as a bit spesh. They say it with big hearts because I am detail orientated in a way that most people simply aren't. I'll give you a single example. a long time ago, back when my beard wasn't going grey and it was a bright orange bushy thing that made me look very Scottish, I was hired to map out various maps for Warhammer. Now, you may not know the Warhammer world, but it's a very big place. And it's got all manner of details that have been added to by various different, often very contradictory authors whose concept of world building was, I'll make it up for myself. I don't need to read any other book. Okay, thanks, bye. And as somebody who was detail orientated and having to map this, I did not like this. I did not like this at all. So I bought every book. I bought every computer game. I bought every comic. I bought every novel. I bought every board game. I did all of that just so that I could find every single place name that was inside Warhammer. Then I mapped it. And I did the whole thing just so I could do the maps. Because how could I map a place unless I'd actually found out everything that was there? This got me a host of your crazies from a whole variety of individuals, but I was as incapable of not doing that as I was of, I don't know, getting up in the morning after a nap. It was going to happen. I needed to know all the details. It's sadly how I approach things when I'm doing things, particularly for other people. Because if I'm going to be doing it for someone else, I want to do it right. And I want to make sure that when the fans come in and they say, ha-ha, what does it do? How does this all work? I've read this book. Is it there? Yes. I've read that book. Is it there? Yes. Rather than, they couldn't be bothered, could they? Oh, no, they've not read this book. That obscure comic's not being mentioned. No, sorry. If I mapped it, damn straight it has been. Because it's in there. So yeah, I tend to be somewhat detail oriented, but when I'm doing my own personal stuff, that's reflected in a very different way. And as a World Anvil user, I would like to say that all the tools that are available there are particularly pertinent for my unique way of approaching all of the details and which ones are important to me. But it's also exceedingly useful because I often work with teams. And because I am so detail orientated, it can be quite frustrating for other people who don't necessarily know all the details that I have just sitting in my brain waiting to go. So something like World Anvil, which can just sit there as an enormous repository of information for other people to simply come in, grab, get to the important parts that they need, and then pull out again, is, I think, awesome. Because it allows me, because I'm often leading teams that are doing game design or world design, it allows me to go mad while simultaneously, and I use mad in a non-pejorative way, while simultaneously allowing everybody else to engage with that in a fashion that is comfortable and also gets the most benefit out of all of my excessive amount of work, that they can then pick and choose all the important details for when they move on.
Amazing. Thank you, Andy. Peter, what's your take on this? How do you feel your neurodivergence has approached your influenced your approach to world building?
It's interesting because I was a late in life diagnosis for ADHD, so I had like 30 years of coping mechanisms built up that I had not learned to recognize as coping mechanisms. And it's interesting because I think my answer is different for when I'm world building professionally versus when I'm world building like for fun or for like my D&D group. I think something that I like didn't recognize until I was much more of an adult is like the shame that I would feel for abandoning projects. So like I'd get really excited about building a particular world, be super deep in the lore of it, and actually have a really like good active RAM for remembering what was going on in that world. And then I would lose interest in it. And if I hadn't documented it correctly, I would try to go back to it. And so much of it had, you know, like those beautiful post-apocalyptic fantasy worlds where like it's a decayed kingdom. That's what happened to my world in the time that I stopped thinking about it because all the details started to fall apart. And it's rough. So like for me, I think that pre-diagnosis, world building was a wonderful escape, but also could sometimes be like a source of shame, as a lot of creative work could be, where like I would feel like I feel so much self-worth while I'm working on it and while it's going well, and then when it stops going well or I lose interest, there's a feeling of shame or I feel lost in it. And I hadn't learned a lot of just like the skills that come with like the owner's manual for an ADHD brain. So after diagnosis and like going to therapy, I had a great therapist who was also had ADHD and like understood, I think, a lot of the problems I was having from the inside, like built up just a better toolkit for like, write everything down. Do not think you're going to remember it. Write everything down if it matters. Yeah. And like you mentioned about like having places to document, like World Anvil is great for this. My brain doesn't think linearly. And so my notes don't go well if I try to write them linearly, because the world is a complex node of relationships between this faction and that city and this event and all those things. So being able to brain dump on paper linearly, but then capture it in a way that like is interlinked, where I can see how this ties to this, ties to this, ties to this, has been super duper helpful for like me remembering these thoughts that I had, so that I can go back to them, and also having reference documents for if you are world building professionally, you probably will have to share the world at some point, or you may need to be able to go back and reference check to make sure that you're consistent with your lore. So whether you're working on like a shared IP and you need to have your notes documented for other writers, or if you just need to be able to go back to them because you're the other writer, you in the future is a different person from you now when you have ADHD a lot of the time. So
Yeah.
I'm leaving notes for future Peter as though he's a collaborator on this project. That like developing that skill became really important post diagnosis. And honestly, that I do professionally and recreationally. Like I try to get in that habit. But the difference now is I let myself world build for fun, and if I forget the world or it falls apart or I get bored of it, no shame. That's fine. Like in the same way that like going to the gym to work out or like whatever practice you have that just daily doing the muscles is good for you. It doesn't need to turn into a book. It doesn't need to turn into anything. If it was good for you while you were doing it and you're happy with that, then that's awesome. And I'm trying to like let go of the shame of building worlds and abandoning them. As long as
That's
someone gets
awesome. That's awesome. Thank you so much for speaking so honestly on that, Peter. That was really, really moving. And a lot of people in the chat are sharing your experiences. You know, a lot of late diagnoses here, a lot of people who only learned later that this might be a thing. And as you said, Peter, there might be a slightly different operating manual for owning a slightly different kind of brain. We might need slightly different approaches. This is probably a good time to say that World Anvil was literally built for that reason. Because I cannot, like Andy, I cannot do anything by halves. And like Peter, I cannot think linearly. And also like Peter, Demetrius would have the problem that his worlds would suffer. They would sort of start to corrode. They had a very short half-life once the project was stepped away from. And that's literally why we built World Anvil, was in order to help us with our own struggles in those areas. David, I am very, very eager to hear your experiences on this. What are your thoughts?
Well, yeah, like other people in this panel, and from what everyone is saying in the comments, I was diagnosed pretty late as well. I was 30. How old am I now? Hang on, 30. It was my birthday recently. I've still not quite got to the fact that I'm a new age. I was about 37 or 38 when I was diagnosed with autism. So yeah, it's a strange one with this, because I kind of, whenever I kind of think about this question, obviously I become very autistic, because I'm like, what exactly does it mean, right? Where is it? And you know, there is definitely a thing where it's like it affects the way, or sort of influences the way that I build a world, right? In terms of like, I'm going to sit down, I'm going to build a world. This is the way I look at things, and this is this and this. But I think the thing that's kind of like it's influenced me the most was that, as someone who's like that diagnosed, and kind of you learn to cope, you learn to mask all these kind of things. You come up with coping mechanisms that you're not even sure that you not even realizing that you have. Like Peter, I have an amazing therapist who is autistic as well, and kind of specializes in that therapy for autistic people. So which has been great, and it's really helped me like with work and everything, because I think after like years, like literally years of my life, like since I can remember being 4 or 5, so like, you know, looking at 33, 34 years of my life, you come to this point where it's like, I don't really fit in anywhere. I'm not really good enough at anything. And anything that I try, I can't really seem to do as well as other people, like things that I'm supposed to do as an adult functioning in society, right? Not the things that I'd actually like to do. So you build up all these barriers where it's like, I'm not going to even try this because I'm not going to be good enough to do it, right? And I think that was one of the things that came with writing in the first place, of knowing deep in my heart of hearts that I always wanted to write. I always wanted to create things. I always wanted to do this kind of stuff. Like, I love fantasy. I love reading. And always having this thing where it's like, I want to do it, but I don't think I'll be good enough to do it. And that's coming from, you know, that's suppose trauma and everything else that you kind of go through, and getting that diagnosis and kind of talking it through with people finally started to let me unblock from that and sit down and kind of do these things and go, you know what, it doesn't matter if I'm not good enough. It doesn't matter if people don't think I'm good enough, I want to do this, and that's perfectly okay. It's like Peter with his, I'm not going to have shame about not doing this. It's like, I'm just going to do this for me, right? And so there's that part of it. And the other part of it, in terms of influencing the kind of just the process, I love maps. One of my favorite things is maps. I have books about maps. I have paintings of maps. I think about maps all the time. And so it's not a surprise that I've written a book about an autistic map maker.
Nice.
But what I always do is whenever I build from character first. I come up with a character, and I have a list that is about 20 pages long of questions that I ask them, right? And I find out all this sort of stuff about it. But once I've done that, the next thing I do is I make a map of the world, because I need to know the space between things. I need to know where everything is. I need to know if this town is a coastal town. I need to know if it's in a forest. I need to know if there's a river nearby. I need to know all of these things before I start working on the world, because I need to think, well, if this is a town that is by a forest, they're going to have a lot of lumber. They're going to have access to a lot of this kind of stuff. And this town that is like mountainous may not have that sort of thing. So they might be trading with these people. It's all this stuff that may never ever come into the book, but I need to know it. I need to know how it works. So there is that. And it's that thing as well that if I didn't tell myself, and I blame you about this, Janet, and I did at EasterCon last year, that something like World Anvil, where I'm like, I'm just going to keep playing with this. I'm putting stuff into this forever because it's amazing and I love it. But at some point, I have to start writing the story, right? Because I can just do this forever. So it's kind of like a struggle sometimes to be like, I need to just get going because I'm enjoying this too much. But you know what? It's great anyway, and I love it. So.
And the world building will always be there for you when you want to go back to it. That's what I have to tell myself, where I'm like, and then I could make this organization, they could do this, and that could be connected to this, and they could wear these things, and then they could have this specific motto, which will lean back to the founder from the, oh God, I'm doing it again. And then I say, oh no, all I need to write some bullet points, and this will be there for me when I want to come back to it later. It's tough, but yes, I know the feeling. Kat, how about you? How do you feel your neurodivergence has influenced the way you approach your world building?
I relate a lot to what everyone else is saying. I was also diagnosed with ADHD very late in life, almost 50 years old. But I was diagnosed with major depression and generalized anxiety disorder in my 20s. So I had a lot of actual therapy tools and things for dealing with the knock-on effects of having undiagnosed ADHD. But I didn't have any tools for dealing with the actual ADHD. So, but I think that it affects my world building approach in that, like, I was doing Wikipedia rabbit trails before Wikipedia existed. I would pull out my parents' encyclopedias, like hard, bound encyclopedias, and just go from article to article to article to article. And I would spend hours doing that. And I think that I tend to see the connections that everybody's talking about, the interconnectedness of everything, which is a lot to hold in your head. And I tend to be a Gestalt learner. I need the whole to make sense before any of the individual pieces make sense for me. But I get the individual pieces first, and there's like a critical point where there's enough pieces of the puzzle that suddenly the whole will snap into place, and I don't have to think about it anymore. Like the world is just there. So I feel like that's very much an aspect of my neurodivergence. Also, I relate really hard to the idea of feeling a lot of shame around abandoning worlds and abandoning projects. I did that so much for so long. I always use the acronym PUNK to remind me of what actually motivates me, which is passion, urgency, novelty, and competition. And if it doesn't have at least 2 or 3 of those, I try not to feel bad about abandoning a project, because novelty will actually get me real far on a project. But novelty alone won't get me past the finish line on anything. And when I've looked back at projects that I've left unfinished, what I consistently find is they were lacking in passion, or competition or something other than just the novelty of it, the cool new idea that I had that was shiny and bright and attracted my attention like a moth to a very bright flickering light bulb. I also work very fast because I spent such a long time being motivated primarily by novelty. I learned that I needed to get a project done super freaking quick before the novelty wore off. That's why I am in Monica's apartment from Friends, because I had that idea and I was bored one weekend, and that's how that happened. My first novella that I wrote in 3 weeks because I knew that I would lose interest in the story if I didn't get it knocked out as fast as humanly possible. So,
amazing. Let's talk about. I hesitate to use the word superpowers. I am diagnosed dyslexic, and I strongly believe that it is a superpower you have to survive. This is how I like to describe it. Like, there are some benefits. There are, I'm sure. But no, for sure there are. But also ... Do you feel like your neurodivergence or the specific way your brain works has given you insights into world building that you feel others might have missed? I want to start with Dave on this one.
Yeah, okay. So one of the things about being autistic is that people watch an awful lot to try and figure out just what it is, why people are doing what they do, right? It's almost like a ceremony of you see neurotypical people that when they meet each other and they talk about everything that they need to talk about except for the thing that they actually want to talk about, and they talk around it and they talk about the weather and they talk about that sort of stuff. And when I'm with people like that, and I can pass as neurotypical, I'm like, I've passed the challenge. This is great. I've got another day of normalcy where no one's looking at me like I'm an absolutely massive weirdo, which I am. But because of that, because you spend so much time kind of like masking and fitting in, is that I think for me, an autistic person can really kind of look very, very clearly and see how society works. And also we can kind of describe quite well how neurotypical people act and interact with one another. I don't think it's the same way around with neurotypical people representing autistic people with ADHD and so on. It tends to go into the stereotypes quite quickly.
We will talk more about representation later, but yes, absolutely.
Yes. So I think with that and looking at how all the different kind of pieces fit into like a society of a world or something, I think we're quite good at doing that, because it's like we can see it. We can see the cogs, we can see the pieces, we can see the things that don't quite make sense. I think the logic of things is like, why is this the way that it is? And I think, we're kind of, if you kind of grow up knowing that you are neurodivergent, or you find out quite later on in life, you realize that the world is built by neurotypical people for neurotypical people. It's neurotypical rules, it's neurotypical things. And so they become sort of like, you're able to see them straight away, no matter where you go, you can see it and you can feel it. So I think we're able to kind of get that across quite a well now, world building. But when we want to kind of explore things that are maybe a little off center and a little bit, more kind of our speed, we can do that very, very well, because it is us, right? And we can do it. And what's really, really great is I think that like people that are autistic tend to get on very, very well with people with ADHD and vice versa. I think we're quite fascinated by each other. It's like we have similarities, but we get to the same place by going from a completely different direction on this thing, right? And we like to be around each other. It's like kind of living vicariously through each other about, So I think we can do that quite well with each other. And again, I don't want to kind of like be critical of neurotypical people. I don't. I know lots of neurotypical people. I get on well with lots of neurotypical people. But it is something that I think that we can do quite well.
Yeah, absolutely. Kat, you already mentioned being able to finish things quickly is a definite perk. Do you feel you have other insights into world building that are maybe unique to having ADHD?
I do think that ability to see connections that aren't immediately obvious, and pattern recognition. I think pattern recognition at a very large scale is a very common thing with ADHD, and it's almost unconscious. It's almost an intuitive ability to notice the patterns and things like that, and that's been really helpful in world building. And we don't necessarily have to build everything logically. I think it happens so it does happen so fast that like we're not even necessarily conscious of the step by step that it takes to get to like a full culture or a city or something like that. It's we're processing it, unconsciously, and suddenly it's just there whole cloth. So yeah, I think that processing speed, that ability to make those connections and to see the patterns very quickly and just intuitively act on those patterns that we see is something that is very useful when you're trying to think through world building.
Yeah, absolutely. Peter, what are your thoughts on this one?
I think like my particular, or the way that I experience ADHD is very curiosity driven. So that novelty thing is big to me, but especially like curiosity. If something is like interesting, I think there's two things that's helped me with my world building. One is like I pay attention when the cat that wants to play with a toy in my brain wakes up and notices something that's interesting to play with, like the Rubik's Cube. I'm like, oh, and I think that like that's good for world building in two ways. One is you tend to start building up, you build up like a bigger library of experiences that you can draw on for world building, because you're like, a little bit, enough to like fake your way through a trivia night about a ton of topics. You're not great at any of them in particular, but like, I can juggle, I do card magic, I do fencing, I do rock climbing. Like I have all these hobbies, all of which are little pieces that I can bring into world building, and I do think it tends to make for rounded worlds with interesting details. And then I'll pay attention to real life details about the world that I think would also be of interest to people. I think it's just being in tune with that isn't that interesting voice in your head that can be really helpful as a world builder. And then I think that also helps you kind of tug at the threads of your world that seem the most interesting or promising, because where other people might look at that and see like, oh, like, well, it's just a shipwreck. I'm like, there's so many things that could have wrecked that ship. Let's talk about it. Let's play with that. And I think it's both like a benefit and drawback of ADHD, but like if I forget the reason why something happened in my world, I'll get another crack at deciding why it did, and I might find a more interesting answer. And I think that like that being willing to like come up with ideas and then discard them as quickly because I'm not attached to them, like lets me iterate through a few different opportunities or possibilities before I get to the one that like, oh no, that's the one that feels right. I think the last thing I would say is like, and this was definitely a post-diagnosis realization, but going back to what Richard said about like, sometimes it's just like, it is a struggle to feel like you can do all of the things that you feel like adults are supposed to be able to do in life. Like I feel that all the time. With all of my creative work, I've really had to pick what matters, because I can't succeed on all of the different metrics for like, was this good or not? Maybe I'll be slow in getting it done as well as I think someone else would get it done, or maybe I'll do it quickly, but I'll cut a corner, or I'll forget something, or I won't proofread it, or whatever it is, there's going to be some way in which it's probably deficient by someone's standard. And I've really had to pick what matters to me for counting whether or not it's a win. And I think that is like weirdly a skill. And that's again, that's like I guess a skill that I had to build because of learning to like operate with neurodivergence in a world that's not necessarily friendly to neurodivergence. Like I've had to pick what matters to me in building a world, what's going to count as successful on this project, and then make that the thing I focus on, because there's no way in hell I'm ever going to be able to meet everyone else's expectations and feel good about myself, and also have the thing that I make sense.
Yeah, I think learning to focus, learning to understand what's important for you and go hell for leather on that is an absolutely wonderful skill. Like that's so important. And especially knowing yourself with that regard, I think is such a valuable thing. Andy, what has been your experience with this?
Superpowers, bah. All right, so everyone's gone relatively general, so I'm going to go a bit more specific in my answer.
Go for it.
First, I'd like to say that I agree, just generally, particularly with the people watching. It's something that I just can't stop. It's what I do. It's, I'm sure, quite creepy. I do my very best not to make sure that anyone notices that I'm constantly doing it, but I do, and it is an inevitable development towards building characters and building character, particularly because I do a lot of role play work. And on that in particular, my specific example will be almost everybody, when they create new worlds, populate their new exciting worlds with fabulous species, whether it's the classic elves and dwarves or it's science fiction gobbledygook of some type, reimagined in some fashion. And almost every single time that you see these new fantastic worlds being created, their new species are middle-class humans with a quirk. And this doesn't just bug me. This irritates me deeply, particularly because as someone who has a relatively different mindset to many of the people that I engage with, I immediately start from a slightly different position. And I'm looking outwards at everyone else doing my people watching, seeing how they tick in all their various ways. But that also includes other people who are not neurotypical. Many of whom tick in very different ways. And it's meant that when, for example, I'm creating new species or taking an established species and trying to think, how do they work? My baseline is neuroatypical, different. And they respond to the world in a completely different way because of their unique physiologies, their mindscape, whatever it is that makes this species unique. And what we consider to be neurotypical for them is neuroatypical. And that immediately gives such a wealth of depth to these other species in a way that often just isn't the case with Star Trek-alike science fictions, where Klingons are angry humans or your Bajorans are spiritual humans, but they're all basically human and being played by humans for obvious reasons. And I think that if I was to pull out one thing, it would be that all that people watching has made me realize that everybody's species are altogether too human. Now, there's lots of examples out there where they're not, and I think you should go out there and check them out. But it's meant that for my own games, when I'm building up, say, my elves or my dwarves, they're always going to have a baseline that is completely different to others. And that's something that you generally don't see with people who are neurotypical when they're doing the world building. They generally start from a baseline that is human because it's what they understand. And it's completely understandable. And that's not a criticism, because that's also where I'm starting from. It's just, we end up with slightly different outcomes.
Yeah.
Adrian Tchaikovsky is a brilliant example, in fact, on that one.
Yes.
Adrian's great. Yeah, we've spoken to him about that one on Inside the Rookery. He's the best.
Yeah, he's also a very lovely human.
He's brilliant.
Very, very, very nice, good human. I like Adrian a lot. Okay, so we've talked about where maybe we have insights. Let's talk about challenges. And maybe what approaches helped you. So maybe we can keep, what has been difficult, and maybe a way that you have dealt with that, or found a way to deal with that, or maybe you haven't yet. That's okay too. We're all developing people. Kat, start us off on this one. What are your thoughts?
I think that our starting point is things that are easy, simple, basic, don't require any thought for some people are very difficult. And for other things, we're like Elle Woods, like it's hard, that like other people think is very, very difficult. So adjusting the expectations of what's going to be hard and what's going to be easy, so that like you don't get frustrated with yourself when you're struggling with some of the things that other people aren't struggling with. And I think for me, the thing that is the most particularly challenging is that sustained focus. You cannot write a novel without sustaining focus for a good long while. And you can't write a tabletop RPG adventure other than one shots. I mean, one way to handle that is to write exclusively short stories and one shots. If that's, but I do think that one approach that I use with that is that I give myself permission to write a short story or a one shot or a poem or something like that when I'm struggling to focus on the longer term projects that I'm working on, and when I'm struggling to stick with it, and also giving myself rewards. Like I really do have to give myself like a boba tea, like every chapter that I complete. It's time for boba. We got one down. So yeah, I think the biggest struggle that I have, the biggest challenge I have, is maintaining focus. And I've learned that not to push myself. If I am tired, if the focus just isn't there, it just isn't there, and I can't really summon it. So it's time to like stop trying to make that round peg fit in that square hole, or right, vice versa. I can't remember which is square and which is round, but it doesn't really matter. Stop trying to force it. Stop trying to focus when you don't have dopamine, when the dopamine be gone.
Yeah, absolutely. Peter, we've touched on something that I know resonates with you. Do you want to talk about that?
Oh, I was thinking, and then I was listening to Kat's answer, and I've now written down 5 answers, and I'm going to try and pick like 1 or 2 to go into.
Welcome to our life, people. Welcome to our life. This is what it's like to live in our heads. Go ahead, Peter. I'm sorry.
I will say, like, when I got my diagnosis, I like looked back and I'm like, I've published 5 books. 2 of them are short stories that are all 1 page long. They were short stories designed to fit on a postcard. And 3 of them were books of comics, the longest storyline of which was like 5 pages. And I'm like, that is, in retrospect, that my coping mechanism worked, which was to figure out like how to stay motivated in the process, how to make each piece of progress satisfying to itself. Because like, to me, it was like I finished a full comic. I get the full dopamine reward of starting and finishing something. And if I just do that every, once a week for a few years, and I can make each comic really different. I can make each story really different. I'm not locked into the same characters. I'm not locked into the same world. I can pivot. Like I made myself a space in which my need for novelty, where I gave myself runway for novelty, right? Lots of runway for novelty to be able to change the tone, change things. But also gave it like that runway was pointed in a direction where at the end of it, I could have something to show for it. So I think for me, like sustained focus was a problem, but I think that I unconsciously learned how to like build my projects around each step being interesting and then the end product being something that I could show for it. And the other thing I want to say is like, again, if you never finish a book, that's fine. If for you, the writing process is validating in and of itself, which is how I try to structure my writing, then like that is the victory unto itself. Writing and publishing, world building and publishing your world building, totally separate activities. And it's really good to know what you want from both halves of that if you want to like stay connected to your motivations and have like I guess a good relationship with your creativity and with your work that way. Like being really open-eyed about the differences between world building for yourself and world building for a project, I think is like an important skill to be able to manage. So yeah, I'd say like the hard part was lack of focus. The solution was figuring out a space in which I could maintain novelty, or in which like that lack of focus was okay, where I'd still get what I wanted from the process, and that was good. I think the other thing that has been a problem for me is like when I get hyperfixated on a world, like knowing how much detail to go into, knowing when to stop, how deep to go into the rabbit hole at a time has been hard. I think there's 2 ways that I've solved this. One of the ways is like, the deck that I designed, Deck of Worlds, is like a deck of world building prompts, and it helps me not need to know everything at once, and it helps me focus on one detail at a time and kind of build the world in steps. And I usually find that if I finish out a session with that, I have like enough detail to go on without having rabbit holed on one particular thing too hard. So that's one thing that's helped. The other thing is, in every world building document I build now, I have one document that is like me, notes only, that is just things I need to figure out still. Because I will get hung up for 2 hours trying to figure out like, why is it that this character joined up with this faction in this year? I know that needs to happen for my world, but like, why did that happen? Or what was this motivation? And if it's something that I haven't figured out yet, rather than spending 2 hours worrying about it, I'll write it down in my like things to figure out later document. And that way the part of my brain that knows that I'll forget this and I'll run into this problem later can let go of that worry, because it's documented. I know that I can come back to it. I can even leave myself a couple notes if I think it might have something to do with this. But again, it's that learning to like not need to know everything all at once, but to document the things that you don't know so you can go back and solve them later has been a really big help for like not getting hung up on that one thing I can't figure out.
Yeah, absolutely. Kat, I know you have something you want to add here.
I did. I wanted to add in that people who are familiar with World Anvil mostly know that I'm the person who edits our videos for our YouTube channel. And I recently was editing. I've edited a couple of YouTube videos that were interviews with Peter and with Andy. And I mentioned in our work Discord, I don't think any of the three of us experience time in a purely linear fashion.
No, not at all.
So like time is a construct to us. Like we're just bouncing back and forth. And I think that is another thing that makes world building particularly challenging. But it also can be it's kind of both a challenge and an advantage, because if you're working on the timeline of an entire world, you're God. You can pop in at any point in that timeline. Yeah. However, it does make it a little harder to deliberately pull out that cause and effect chain when you're just kind of bouncing from one interesting part of the timeline and one interesting part of history to another. So yeah, keep creating that linearity is really, really challenging for me. Creating a very a through line that people can follow, because my head is going 90 miles an hour in 5 different directions. But yeah, time. It's linear for most people.
In our team, we say time is a lie, and there's a lot of neurodiversity in our team. It's a great team. We love them. Dave, do you have any thoughts on this one? It's something that you've maybe struggled with in world building, and perhaps a way that you've tackled this for yourself.
Yeah, so I've got kind of two things really for this one. The first one is basically kind of coming from the opposite way to what everyone else has said so far. You know, in Inception, where they're like, don't go too deep because you'll end up on that shore and you've got weird eyes like Leonardo DiCaprio's got in that bit. And that's basically what happens to me if I kind of just don't have my time set up properly. Like I have to set alarms to stop myself from writing too much. I have to do all this sort of stuff, because if I don't do it and I am just left alone for the day, I can happily, and I have done, write for 12 hours a day without getting up from my chair. I don't go to the toilet. I don't eat. I don't drink, and I'm gone, right? And it's just, you know, see you later. And I did that once. I needed to finish a book, and it was a 300,000 word book, and I wrote the third and fourth ones back to back. The third one was 220,000 words. I wrote them back to back. I was finishing off the fourth book. I did, I think, 16 hours, and I fused my jaw together, and I had to go to the hospital the next day because I couldn't open my jaw, because I clench my teeth when I'm writing. So I have to wear a guard. It's very sexy, you know. It's just it's so nice, you know. I forgot to wear it, and I just went off, right. So that's a real big problem. And I mean, it's great in a way. It's like one of these superpower things, right? Where it's like,
yeah,
I could just do 20,000 words in a day, really, but it's not healthy for you. It's not good.
Yeah.
It's not great, right? But I can easily do it if I don't do all the things that I need to do, which is set alarms, which is make sure I wear my mouth guard, which is make sure that like I talk to people and realize that I have to leave the curtains open. If I close the curtains and it's just kind of dark, I'm like, it's just dark, right? That's it, you know. So there's that. So there's that side of it. It can be quite dangerous. It is quite fun. We can all laugh. And if you do read my books, when you get to the last one in the series, just think that I hospitalized myself for your pleasure. But the other thing about it as well is that, so one of my favorite things as a reader is the unanswered questions, right? I love it. And I love detailed worlds. I mean, I have like Lord of the Rings tattoos. I have Wheel of Time tattoos. I love detailed worlds, but I also love those imperfections in them, and I love the contradictions in them, and I love the unanswered questions that keep these worlds alive, where people can go back and talk to each other, talk to people in fandom about stuff, and debate, and it keeps the world alive. It makes it real. But as a creator, I'm kind of like, I need to know everything. I need to know the answers for all this kind of stuff. And sometimes I need to remind myself that it's okay, and it's actually a good thing not to answer everything, and to leave some things for people to take in their own direction. Because I firmly believe, just in general, as I think in all arts, that as a creator, once you have done with that and you've put it into the world, it doesn't belong to you anymore. It belongs to the people that are interacting with it. And it's their reaction, it's their relationship with what you've created is the important thing. And that might be something that you've unintended, and it might be in different directions. And so I think to remind myself that I'm like, I don't need to explain this. I don't need to have the answer for this. This can be imperfect. That is okay. Because it's quite counterintuitive to what I am in my head. And I remind myself that it's like the things that I love the most are the things that are like that, and that's why I love them, because I'm able to fill in those gaps myself. So that's something that I try to remember.
That's awesome. Thank you, Dave. Andy, do you have something to add?
Yeah, okay. I'm going to say that finishing is one of the toughest ones. And it's not something that I feel compelled to write immediately, and it has to be down and I will not stop until it's done, which does happen sometimes. I will often find the initial exhilaration compelling. Then the yawning expanse towards completion, particularly that last 3%, can be an impossible leap. Which is why before I was diagnosed, I had pretty much cornered myself in deadline work, freelancing. By doing that, those deadlines gave me that constant push. And sadly, being very capable at doing things quickly, I was also the person who was chasing deadlines, finishing work on time every single time. I was never late, but always at the last minute. So when I was moving into a position where deadlines were not necessarily a component, for example, running Warhammer, where the deadlines are things you make up yourself. So the deadlines are movable. That's dangerous. And I mean, seriously dangerous. So I did something that I have recommended to other people as well on the time. And I hired an assistant because the assistant made sure that, Andy, have you done this thing? Oh, crap, no. Andy, have you done that thing? Oh, we could leave. No, we can't, because that has to be done by this point, this point. Basically, a constant nag in my ear, an absolute necessity to ensure that when I was in a position where the deadlines were no longer an external threat that I was going to be chasing, but instead were something that had been built into place by me, they weren't going to be moved by me at a later date because I couldn't, because we had a chat about it and how that wasn't going to happen, was it? No, it wasn't. So I've done that, but I still have issues. And one of my biggest issues, even when the deadlines are there, I sometimes just go off and need to do something else. I have got this new thing that I must chase after. And there is almost nothing that I can do to stop those particular compulsions. And it is extremely frustrating. I'll give a single example. The other day, someone popped into the Lawhammer Discord. It's an actual live roleplay game that I do online, where we all get together and play Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. Yay, good times. And somebody posted about a god called Borkbach. I mean, what? Now, I created this god 20 years ago for a Warhammer book. It was literally a castaway line in a book. But when I cast that away, me being me, I had ideas. And somebody dropped it in the channel and said, I'm thinking of using this god of lawyers, of all things. Anyone got any ideas? And that was it. I had something else to do, but I had to write it. The next day on my Patreon, there was a 3,000-word document with a whole bunch of miracles and illustration for what they looked like. The whole thing done because I had to do it. And what was just described over on this side about, you know, how you set alarms? Sadly, my brain ignores alarms. Alarms, whatever. I've forgotten that already. I'm currently doing a thing. Alarms don't work for me. Notifications don't work for me. And when I'm lost in it, the only thing that drags me out is my wife. But I'm canny. I purposely didn't start until she went to bed. I went around those rules. And then when Lindsay got up in the morning, she was like, you haven't slept, have you? Nope, but I've written a thing. and I've drawn a picture. I'm finished it. I'm going to go crash now. Goodbye.
I am so there with you.
I've just broken my Rubik's Cube.
And then a lot of projects while the sun comes up.
yeah, totally. So what do I find challenging? I find lack of deadlines challenging. That's one. And the second one is I find it challenging sometimes to stay on target. And often the best way for me to get back on target is to not ignore the thing that is pressing, but to indulge it for a day and then get right back again because my brain is bouncing from point to point. And it gives me enough space to then return to the thing and for it to be exciting again. as you bounce and bounce and bounce backwards and forwards. So do I find things challenging? Hey, I find a lot of things challenging, but that's a tiny snapshot.
I am the moderator, so I'm not really supposed to mention things, but just in this case, because nobody else has mentioned it, I want to share the other side of time blindness, which is accurately judging how long something is really going to take. And that might be something small, or that might be something very large. So being able to look at a novel, like in my head, when I sit down, there is a small voice in my head that's like, of course you can write an entire novel in a day. I couldn't even type up an entire novel in a day. It's not possible. But there is a small voice in my head that genuinely believes that this is true. If I just hyper-focus long enough, I will just be able to do that. And finding reasonable expectations. It's not even deadlines, it's expectations. Because if I then can't write a novel in a day, which of course is crazy, I will get to the end of the day and beat myself up because I couldn't write a novel in a day. And I have set myself the least reasonable expectation in the universe, and then I give myself grief for it because I was not shockingly able to do it. And I think for me, this is absolutely with world building, with novel writing, with game work, and also with my professional work, with World Amber work as well. Being able to set actual realistic deadlines that real humans can accomplish, and by real humans I mean me. And I'm much gentler on everybody else than I am on myself. But yeah, if I do not do the impossible thing immediately, I get very frustrated. And being able to deal with that frustration and find healthy ways to say, oh, look, you did that thing again that you know that you do, and this is fine, and we need to build in redundancy for that. I just wanted to share that as the dark side of time blindness, or maybe the other dark side of time blindness.
The many dark sides of time.
The many dark facets of time blindness. I feel like there's a short story in here somewhere.
Time
all right,
blindness.
let's talk. Sorry, go ahead, Kat.
Time blindness and hyperfocus are amazing until you stand up and you pass out immediately because you have not hydrated.
Yeah, or end up in hospital because jaw. Yes, absolutely. It's a wild ride. It's a wild ride, folks. But we do it anyway. And I will say, yeah, every single person you've seen on this screen is not just doing it, but excelling. I just want to make that clear. Let's talk about representation. Have you created worlds or societies that reflect neurodivergent experiences? Well, Andy, I know you have. Yeah, let's kick off with just a kind of TLDR on what you said already.
All right. Have I? Yeah. For me, it reminded me of a conversation that I had with my assistant producer, who I very recently mentioned, B, who's just the best. And they were discussing how they were building their characters. And they were like, everybody's always asking, is it, I mean, the baseline's heterosexual. I don't want them to be heterosexual. I'm going to make the baseline for all of my characters from this point onwards to be bi. So that's where I'm going to start. And then from there, they're going to have to justify why they're heterosexual. And this conversation then just lapsed into a wider conversation about how almost everybody always starts off every single, particularly when I was dealing with role-play games, role-playing encounter with standard characters. They don't offend anyone. They are extremely safe, except for the bad guy, who is often not typical in one fashion or another, possibly ugly. And we didn't like this. So pretty much every single character that we started developing from that point onwards was in some fashion or another neurodivergent, a bit different to what everybody would expect to be the standard. They would have compulsions, they would have erratic behaviors. They were in a world where such things weren't treated or treatable, but using the standards that were accepted in their society, meaning that these things could be explored in ways they wouldn't normally be explored as long as you talked about them in a sensible fashion. It allowed characters to be, in many respects, much more believable. And less cartoonish and less cardboard cutouts of what bad guys are because they have a compulsion or they're going to be doing this or they're going to be doing that. All of the characters were at their baseline just not typical. And then when you brought in what I was discussing earlier, where you've got other species. And these other species, their baselines were so outside of the standard of humanity that it made all of the human characters now just look like everybody you met every day. Because these others who had a baseline that was deeply new, atypical, like beyond what any human would normally consider to be normal in terms of how they functioned within their lives, what they considered to be acceptable and not acceptable, where their taboos lay in comparison to humanity's taboos. And that, in many respects, made all of the human characters much more accessible, acceptable, and friendly, and allowed the others that sat on the other side with their baselines at a completely different area to be something else equally fun to explore. And I'll add one extra part as to how that could be made a reality, and that's that all too often when you get something like a GM guide or a DM guide, a guide to how to play an elf or a dwarf or something, they'll often say something along the lines of, they're haughty, oh, they're stubborn, they are, they like to heft their axe, oh, and that's about it. They don't really go into what makes it different to play a different species. And if you're out there currently designing your games, I recommend you do one thing. And that's that you don't just simply leave it to the GM guide, bring it over and port it into the rules and provide a lovely little framework for acting within a different mindset to your own. Now, some games have done this directly, like Vampire the Masquerade, where they talked about paths of humanity or different ways you could express yourself as a blood-sucking creature of the night. And it's been done successfully by some and less successfully by others. But broadly speaking, if you can provide a framework that people can understand what they can and they can't do, and when they reach something that they really want to do as a player, but they realize their character wouldn't do, they're now in a position where the rules go ping, ping, ping. Now something occurs and you have to act this way or do this. And that provides handy frameworks. And as, again, we were discussing before, neurodivergent approach to that is, yeah, we're people watching all the time anyway. So we're already building these frameworks so that we can fit in, so that we can effectively mask our way through society. So for us, it's a little bit easier to write those things, because we're already in a position where we're breaking down all of this and attempting to summarize it in some neat little bullet points to hopefully pass through the day without being determined to be a freak by everyone you meet. And taking that list of bullet points and copy pasting them over into a different set of conditions for how to approach life is actually quite easy. And it's something that I would recommend if you're out there. Try to make your alien species different, give them a nice different baseline, and to reinforce it in your games or to reinforce it in your books, write yourself a set of rules for how it works, because it really makes a difference.
Fantastic. I love that. If in doubt, put it in the rules. Yes, absolutely. I'm a big believer in specifically, especially for RPGs, like adding it to the rules to make it real. Definitely.
Yeah.
Dave, what are your thoughts on this? And I will mention that we are slightly short on time, so I have pulled a switcheroo and I have added to the question in the meantime. So have you, and I think everybody here has, created worlds or societies that reflect neurodivergent experiences, and how do we stay away from stereotypes in doing so?
Yeah, it's something that I've been doing more of as I've become more experienced as a writer. I'm more kind of determined to do it because I think representation for people, neurodivergent people and people with mental health issues is pretty bad, I think, in general. And not just in books, but across all kinds of media. And so there's in my epic fantasy book, I knew there was a character that would appear in it who was an autistic person who was going to appear in it at some point. I was very excited to get up to him. And when I started writing him, he wasn't really a POV character, but I wanted him to be one. So I took him out through this series. I took him out and I was like, I'm going to make a book about him that's like just in a different part of the world, different type of fantasy, cozy fantasy. And he's an autistic map maker who is searching for his heart's desire. It's as simple as that, right? He's searching for his place in the world. And because of that, you get, for me, I got around the whole stereotypes of autism, because it's like, this is from his point of view, right? It's my point of view. There's a lot of me in Gretton, there's a lot of my son in Gretton, there's a lot of other things like that. And it's basically, how I see the world and how my son sees the world, I suppose, in conversations with them and everything like that. And it's just treating it in a very, very kind of normal kind of way, like, world building for a neurotypical character, just doing it that way. It's on submission at the moment, and you can imagine that some of the feedback hasn't been great from people that don't understand that, because he's not Sheldon Cooper and he's not Rain Man. He is his own flavor of autism. But it's something that I want to do more. So with that one's off in the world at the minute, and I've just about finished one at the minute because, like Kat, I have general anxiety disorder. I've diagnosed it when I was 11. So I have been living with that most of my life. And so I wrote, and because I'm a big TTRPG player, and I am writing at the minute, nearly finished, a fantasy world's first therapist for adventurers. That has to go on an adventure with with a group of adventurers and do on-the-job therapy. And she's a former adventurer herself. She's got a lot of trauma and everything. But it's also looking at this kind of thing of the likes of, from my experience from therapy, of shame, of expectations, of forgiving yourself, of understanding other people. And I think with all this sort of stuff, I think neurodivergency, mental health stuff, it's having empathy for others. It's approaching and having empathy for your characters and having empathy for the world around them. And Peter touched on it before about curiosity. I think, in my experience, one of the things that I hate the most about the stereotype with autistic people is that we have no empathy. I actually think we have too much empathy a lot of time, and we just don't know how to express it, and it becomes so hard inside of us. So it's expressing that empathy through world building, which is one of my favorite things about world building.
I love that so much. Kat, what are your thoughts on this one?
I haven't written entire worlds or societies that are coded as neurodivergent. I will say one of my favorite fictional ones are the Solarians from Mass Effect, who are very ADHD coded. And the in-world reason for that is because they're very short-lived species. So like having that quick, more ADHD type mind is an evolutionary response. But I will say that like nearly all of my characters, my point of view characters in my books, were at least ADHD coded up until the last one was explicitly a woman who had adult diagnosed ADHD. And all of that was actually how I got diagnosed, because I was like, wow, all of my self-insert characters in all of my books have ADHD. Huh. Maybe. So I do think that like it's very difficult to avoid stereotypes, because some of the stereotypes are accurate. I mean, I think we've all mentioned things that are our lived experience that are also stereotypes. So I think it's really hard to completely avoid stereotypes and cliches. They get that way for a reason. But I agree with David very much that if you approach your characters with empathy, and by characters, I mean also entire societies or species, sapient species, with empathy, and also understanding there are evolutionary advantages to having neurodivergent brains. There was a different time in history where being hypersensitive, having that perspective, was of value to the collective and was of value to people. So I think having both a little bit of distance from looking at it from the standpoint of the advantages to that, having that different wiring, and also having the closeness of that empathy and being able to put yourself in somebody else's shoes, is how you avoid falling unnecessarily into stereotypes or into bad stereotypes, I guess.
Yeah. Peter, what are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's an interesting question, because I think that the way that I approach like representing neurodivergence in world building is not on the level of like, does this species have a neurotype? It's looking at like a particular culture or species and trying to figure out how the members of that group are different from each other. Like that's where I tend to get really, really like interested. And like kind of like you, Janet, I spend about half my time world building and half my time building tools for world builders. And it was one of the things that I remember when I was working on Deck of Worlds. There's like this expansion we did called the Culture Keyholes expansion, and it's these questions that are like really small questions about your world culture, like how do they say goodbye to their dead, or at what age does somebody leave home, and little questions that could unlock these bigger observations about your culture. And I remember at some point being like, well, what if the same culture had like 5 different answers to that question? Right? Like right now in North American culture, when should people leave home is very different if you're a millennial or a Zoomer, or like that question is being actively negotiated. In some households, you don't leave home. You have multi-generational families. Like there are so many ways to answer that. So I think that the way that I really think about, or have approached, I think, neurodiversity in my writing is I love looking at one culture and how many different answers you can get to the same question. Because again, neurodivergence is a term about like a neurotype and how it diverges from the expectation, right? So you're looking at 3 things at the same time. You're looking at, I tried to write this out because I knew this thought was going to be hard to remember. What is the cultural context or framework that offers friction or support for the way that your brain is shaped and the way that it operates? What is your neurotype? And then what is the match between those 2 things? Because an ADHD culture where everyone's ADHD and there's no friction around that and everything is built to support it, is like, that's, in that case, it's not neurodivergence, it's one neurotype that has become the standard. So navigating difference and like recognizing how you see difference within a group is, I think, the thing where I love looking at, like, how many different answers can you get to the same question, and how many different ways can you see that culture express different neurotypes. I love those little bits of, I love those intersections. I get really, I get so deep into that. So I think for me, that's where it goes. Also, very other answer of this is like, I write a lot of memory horror. I write a lot of stories or worlds where the horror is forgetting and like losing identity because you can't remember stuff. And that was something I was doing for like 10 years before the diagnosis. So that's the other one. It's just straight up, I love writing about that feeling of like, if I forget something, my reality will become unstable, because that's just how I live.
Yeah, absolutely. I have a lightning round question for you. How do you kick your own butt back into gear if you're suffering from a lack of motivation? Dave, let's start with you. What are your thoughts on this lightning round? How do you get your motivation back?
I've changed. I be kind to myself, and I allow myself to have the space to get back to it gradually.
Big claps on that one. That is beautiful. Andy, what's your approach?
I role play with other people. I, by my baseline, prefer to be alone without anyone. Quite happy never meeting anyone in my life. And I have to put on a completely different face to role play, which I adore because I really enjoy role playing. So it basically re-kickstarts everything for me every single week because I'm doing it live, and it forces me to put on a host of different faces, which means that by the end of it, I'm typically exhausted, but whatever blocks were in place have been so rubbed away that I'm ready to go and do something different. So for me, it's role play, always has been role play. I've been doing it since I was tiny to pretty much kick my butt back into gear.
Love it. Kat, what about you?
Like many pets, I am very food motivated. So
I'm also that. Oh.
I literally give myself little treats, like I mentioned the boba before, or like an energy bar, or like a little tiramisu cake from my grocery store. Like food.
Love it. If it works, it works. And Peter.
Yeah, I think I'm a similar, like, not necessarily, it doesn't always have to be role play for me, but play in general, I think, is kind of the antidote to a lot of lack of motivation, creative blocks, and also that problem of like you keep trying to solve the same problem the same way. Play and like physical play, like I'm realizing more and more that I actually do. I used to think of my body as an automaton that would move my brain to different rooms so that my brain could interact with things. Increasingly, I'm realizing like, oh no, like my body is part of me. It's part of how I think and move. And physical movement is so good for neuroplasticity. It is so good for getting your brain to break loops that it's stuck in and try different things. For me, honestly, ADHD and fencing, I'm going to be, I'm literally wearing fencing suspenders underneath this. I've got knee-high socks under the desk here. Going out to like move and solve problems in a different way really helps. Play really helps. And then creative play, like working with prompts, working with like restrictions and challenges, writing a short poem, as Kat has mentioned, like trying the small thing that you can to get yourself out of the habits that you're too attached to, I think is brilliant. And that's something that I do a lot. And then that way I can be gentle with myself. Because like you mentioned, if you're treating yourself as like, if you're not working, you're not good or you're not valuable. If you attach your self-worth to your output, you will develop a really bad relationship with your work. You'll develop a bad relationship with yourself. It sucks. It really hurts. I lived that way for a very long time, and it was like not sustainable. So yeah, being able to be gentle and being able to bring play into it, I think is so helpful.
Everybody else's answers have been so healthy that I hesitate to share mine on this. I am never not motivated, but I am often frustrated. I do everything that I do with a burning passion, which is very inconvenient. And generally, when I am not motivated, it is not really motivation that I'm lacking. It's fear. I'm afraid. So oh goodness, sorry. Being able to talk myself through that, being able to say, okay, I'm afraid, but where are we going? Can I make it fun? Can I make it exciting? Can I give myself a space? That's something that's been really helpful for me. Goodness.
I want to give Janet a hug. I always want to give Janet hugs, but like today especially, I want to give Janet a hug. So.
Okay. I'm going to let you guys talk. Let's talk final parting advice. We've got a little tiny bit over here. I did predict we might, which is why I put this at the end of the day. It's fine. It's you all are beautiful, wonderful, amazing people, and I'm so thrilled to have you here. What advice would you share with other neurodivergent creators?
Okay, since no one else is saying anything, I can't help it. I've got to fill the sound. I've got to say something. Excuse me. Be kind to yourself. Be aware that you don't need to finish something. That's okay. It's fine to start a million things and never finish one of them. As long as you are happy creating what you're creating, you're in a good place, and arguably in a far better place than the people who don't start because they think they won't finish. It's totally fine to not finish. In fact, it's not just fine. That was my state of being. In fact, that's why I started role-playing. Because role-playing by its very nature is a continuing campaign if you play it in such a way. I play long-term campaigns, meaning that it never finishes. It never needs to finish. We can head towards the end of a story arc. We can do a one-shot. Or if you're in my role-play games, you might be playing board games during it, things that I've created, because I don't just create role-playing experiences, I create whatever for my party, all manner of different things. One-shots, barreling into campaigns or anything else, because we're not completing one thing or another. We're just continually moving one step onto the next. So my piece of advice would be, it's okay not to finish. Be kind to yourself.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that, Andy. And sorry for stepping away for just a second. Dave, do you have any advice you would give to other neurodivergent creators?
Yeah, and I'm sorry if I'm gonna make make you choked in this one as well, but finding places like this, people like this, communities like this, is so part of the thing for what I do in writing. You have to go to a lot of conventions and stuff, and they can be very, very terrifying prospects, right? It's noisy, there's people, you have to be expected to human and to be like, do the thing and all that kind of stuff. There's times where you have to be at places and all this kind of stuff. But one of the amazing things about going to conventions is you meet people that you completely just straight away, you meet them and you connect with them. And I think I feel that way about you, Janet, when I met you. Just as soon as I met you, I was like, I love this person. She's amazing. And you've done so much for. You just look at the people on this panel. You look at the people in the chat as well. There's so much neurodivergent people here, and I think that that's not a coincidence. You've made a safe space for people, and I think that's one of the things as a creator is to find that safe space and to find the people that you can get things off your chest with as well, which is very, very important. Because if you're looking to create and if you're looking to get into publishing in particular, it's not particularly set up very well for neurodivergent people. There's lots of pressure, there's lots of this, but there's loads of waiting, and waiting time for anyone who's autistic or ADHD can be a killer. Like, I wrote a blog about it recently it's on my website. It was on the British Fantasy Society website about submission and waiting time, and it can stifle creativity because you kind of like, I struggle if I have an appointment at 11 in the morning. I'm like, what do I do before that? I can't
Yep.
do anything before 11 o'clock, right? So when you put in a piece of work, and it might be 2 months, it might be 3 months, it might be 6 months, it might be 12 months, it might be 18 months, right, before you hear anything back about it. It's like, what do I do? You know, how do I get on with this? So what I would say, people, for neurodivergent people, is to find your support network. And if you are looking to go down a route in terms of writing traditional publishing, is to find an agent that has worked with neurodivergent people before, because they need to understand you, and you need to be able to trust them that they're going to be able to handle you as well with these kind of moments. I'm lucky that I have an agent that used to teach autistic children. She's worked with neurodivergent people. A lot of her people in her agency are neurodivergent, and it's brilliant because every so often I can just say to her, I absolutely hate this and I can't do anything. I'm just like stuck, and she's like talks me through it. She helps me out. It's about finding your tribe, and things like this, like you, Janet, with World Anvil and this community, it's beautiful, it's amazing, and just finding more stuff like this for more support. The more support you can give yourself, the better.
Beautiful, beautiful advice. Who would like to go next on this one?
Go
Kat, take it
next.
away.
Well, I can still remember what I was going to say. I would like to speak to you from the words of Thor's mom, Frigga, and tell you that everyone fails at being who they're supposed to be. I burst into tears when she said that during that movie, because I have spent half a century literally failing at being who I'm supposed to be, which is a neurotypical woman. And it was very, very freeing to realize that you can never fail at being who you are. So that is, if I have one piece of advice, it's that. And also take a walk every now and then. Also eat a salad. That's also good advice from Thor's mom. Eat a salad every now and then. Treat yourself like a Tamagotchi that you take care of. Because to Peter's point, your body isn't just the automaton that moves your brain around. It is a whole part of you. So yeah, that's it.
Absolutely. And Peter, round us out.
There's like a bit in the Pixar storytelling Bible about how we care about characters because of the things they try, not because of their successes. And I think that like being able to take that attitude towards yourself of like look at yourself and your own story and your development, and to be able to like admire yourself for the things you try, whether or not they succeed, is really important. And I think that like your comment about fear, like there was a resonance in that moment for a reason. Fear is usually where growth is. Not always. There are some types of fear that are like a very healthy, that's not a safe thing, but there are certain types of fear that are like, if you're willing to orient yourself in the direction of it with just the I'll try it mindset, and to be totally gentle with yourself and understanding with yourself and loving with yourself if it doesn't work out. I think that like being able to pay attention to the things that you're afraid of and like look at those occasionally, the right ones, as like opportunities for, there's something really interesting about that. There's a chance to be brave about what makes you afraid in the way that you world build and what you talk about, in making the statement that you're going to make as the world builder or the writer that you are. I think, yeah, just like paying attention to places where you feel fear, for all the ways that it connects you to your empathy, for all the ways that it connects you to your growth, for all the ways it lets you recognize like where you have the most to explore. Because that's part of the like, and that's that same drive that you have to like explore an interesting world and world building, the dangerous corners of it, like the dangerous corners of yourself, the parts that you're afraid of, where the dragons are often also where you're going to find the deepest depths of yourself. So go into those places equipped and gentle and loving with yourself, and be curious about what you find.
I could not have been luckier in my panelists today. Folks, those in the chat, please shout out Light Up the Forge to let them know how much you appreciated their bravery, their honesty, and their amazing tips, can I just say. Some hardcore actionables from this one, as well as all of the feels. I would like to say a special massive thank you to Andy Law, David Green, Peter Tchaikovsky, and Kat, you're going to stay with me for a second. Folks, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
Absolute pleasure.
And of course, you can find the links for those beautiful beams in the description of this video and in the chat. We've been pasting those throughout this discussion. So yeah, just why not check out some incredible writers? Why not see some incredible Twitch streams, join some newsletters, and basically support our wonderful creative people. Folks, I have good news and I have bad news. The bad news is we are coming to an end of today's program, but the good news is that we are back tomorrow with even more amazing world builders, authors, and game writers to share their insights and answer your questions as well. Folks, I am pasting into the chat what you can follow to make sure you do not miss our stream tomorrow. In the meantime, Kat, tell us just a little bit about what's on tomorrow.
Head empty, no thoughts. So we're going to start off the day with Janet and Demi giving us the Founders Fireside Chat about like the future of World Anvil and some great things that are coming, kind of world building the future sort of quick chat there. Then we are going into the panel about, oh my God, they have all scrambled in my brain. I know we have
okay,
gods.
don't worry. I have the information right here. We've
We've
have
got-
cozy fantasy world
Yes.
building.
Oh my God. How did I forget that? I'm writing a cozy fantasy. That's why it deleted itself from my brain.
So cozy fantasy is one of the hottest genres right now, and I think we could all do with a bit of cozy escapism. So come join me tomorrow with Travis Baldry, author of Legends and Lattes, Sarah Beth Durst, Caitlin Rozakis, and Elin Wang to talk about all things world building cozy and how to handle that. Then, of course, we have the Naming Things panel, right, Kat?
I'm very excited about that. We've got Jenny D on that panel. We've got so many great people who are just going to be thought. And this is a topic that like so many people have asked us about. I think I even saw in the chat today people asking about during the cities panel, talking about how to name your cities. Naming is such a difficult thing. Our standout video last year was the Tiffany problem in world building, which is all about how naming can go really wrong in fantasy. So it's an exciting panel coming up.
I'm very excited. That one is with Ginny D, Laura Ann Gilman, Stephanie Bercioli, and Wolfgang Bauer. Yes, that Wolfgang Bauer from Cobalt Press. And rounding out the day, we have Gods of Your World. How do you build gods? What's important? What should you leave out? What works for your world as opposed to somebody else's? I'm very excited about this one. We have Juliet McKenna, Brian McClellan, and Dr. Meg McDonald, who literally wrote her PhD on fantasy religions and fantasy gods. So you do not want to miss any of that. Also, let's talk about feedback. Kat, tell us about feedback.
We're going to be sending out a survey, and we'll be dropping a link on that in the comments here. And we really want to know what you loved, what could make it better, what are the topics you'd like us to touch on in the future. We really want to like meet your needs for world building education. And if you're a World Anvil user and you fill out the form, you will get your shiny, spiffy new Worldbuilding Con 2025 badge for your profile. And we're also going to be doing a raffle, I believe, for some goodies. So there's something in it for you if you agree to let us know how we're doing here. So definitely, if you're planning on staying and watching tomorrow, wait till you've watched the entire con and then give us your feedback. We'll have lots of opportunities for you to pick up that link. But we really want to know how we're doing and what we can do to make it better in future years, because we plan to be doing this for quite a while. So,
Chris. If you are worried about missing that form, you can go to worldbuildingcon.com and sign up for our newsletter list that is specifically for Worldbuilding Con. We won't send you any other emails about anything else. That's an only Worldbuilding Con list. So if you are concerned about missing the feedback form, please do go sign up for that. And we will be sending out a care package on Monday with all the details and the feedback form and everything else. It's just a little kind of aftercare package for you guys for attending Worldbuilding Con. And if you want to keep the conversation going, because I have to say one of my favorite things about these cons is the incredible conversation that goes on in the chat, then why not go join one of the World Anvil communities? On Facebook, you will find us with a group at Facebook at World Anvil. And we also have a Discord. If you go to worldanvil.com/Discord, you will find us there. And there's also a subreddit too. So whatever flavor of socials you prefer, we have one for you. You'll find us on Blue Sky. You'll find us on the places.
All the places.
We exist on the internet, and we have a YouTube channel as well. So if you want more of this kind of content, you cannot wait for tomorrow. You can go check us out at youtube.com/worldanvil2. I think that's all the things, Kat, right? Is that all the things? I think that's
I
all the
feel like that's
things.
all the things. Are we going to mention the courses again? Because I feel like
should. Yeah. So we're doing a soft launch. What does that mean? It sounds maybe a bit rude, but it's not rude.
Are we going back to the Rule 34 video again? Okay, sorry.
We have launched our very first world building course. It is a world building 101 course. It will take you in 10 lessons from to I have an entire world with people, places, things, plots, history, a timeline, all sorts of stuff. It is on worldanvil.com, and if you log in, you will find it under courses at the top bar. This is only announced to you folks right now, so you get to have first crack at it. So why not go and check it out? And hey, you can let us know what you think. Maybe if you have extreme hyperfocus, you'll do all the lessons in one night. And we'll see you tomorrow with an entire world ready for day 2 of Worldbuilding Con.
I also wanted to say, if you're thinking, I'm beyond a 101 class, I've been world building for a while. One of the things that this course does a really good job of is creating a systematic method for doing world building, so you see progress fast. So if one of your frustrations, even if you're an experienced world builder, if one of your frustrations with world building is that you feel like you're a little aimless and you don't get to a usable setting quickly enough, this course is for you too. Don't think because it's a 101 that it's only for people who haven't done a lot of world building in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a lot of nitty-gritty tips and tricks in there that will help more seasoned world builders too. Well, I guess it only remains to say it has been, beautiful beings, an absolute honor and a privilege to present to you the first day of Worldbuilding Con with so many guests, an entire constellation of stars. Please do go and check out their links. You may check out World Anvil, of course, if you would like a world building software, a novel writing platform, or a RPG campaign manager. And I hope to see most of you at least tomorrow. Now, as we say on World Anvil, grab your hammer and go world build. See you soon, folks. Bye.